Hello. Okay, so I wanted to do the new simulated universe, Unknowable Domain. I have not really seen much. Oh my gosh. Leave me alone. I have not seen much of. I've not actually seen anything of it. Anyways, this is the first time you've seen so many herdas. However, before you whip out the popcorn, maybe it would be best to ask Rulum what happened first. Okay. Underlying logic assessment complete. No data anomalies found. Attempting the 1291st message input. Conclusion. No contact established with Herta. What happened? I apologize for meeting you here at this time. As you can see, the project has encountered an unknown error. The test will also be temporarily delayed. Logic. A massive void has appeared in the simulated universe. It cannot be observed or interfered with yet. It continues to operate within normal parameters. According to the data from the Candelagraphos, this void originally belonged to a time in history named the Scarless Strife after the Second Emperor's War. But when observed from the outside, all that can be seen within is only a chaotic, unknowable domain. What about Herda? This is exactly one of the dilemmas we are currently facing. Madame Herta is displaying unusual excitement towards the reconstruction of the unknowable domain and has volunteered to connect herself to the simulated universe. Shortly after that, we lost contact. All her puppets are currently in a state of complete shutdown. Conclusion: 33 standard hours have passed since her entry into the unknowable domain. Logic: it is possible to directly locate Madame Herta and forcefully eject her externally. Unfortunately, the location in question is difficult to reach, and time is running short. Let me go in and look for her. Honestly, this is the most optimal and immediate solution. Logic: given the limited information we have, if I were to connect and subsequently experience the same communication breakdown as Madame Herta, it could result in an irreversible deterioration of the situation. On the contrary, if I were to maintain communication with you on the outside and monitor the system's operation, it would ensure your safety at the very least. I'll have to bite the bullet. The situation is urgent. Please depart immediately. Okay. I saw in the art people were, I guess it's not here, but people were excited for the 5-star version of Herta, if that ever happens, which it will. Command: locking the current coordinates of the unknowable domain. This is traumatizing. Coordinates are in motion, commencing deeper exploration. Preparing to connect to the unknowable domain. I hope it's easy, because I have not even done half of the Swarm Disaster or Golden Gears. Physical, windy, imaginary. No, okay. My doctor ratio isn't really built that well, but I guess I have to go with it. As the unknowable domain poses an oh my gosh. Okay, I have to do the scroll. As the unknowable domain poses a certain threat, logic, I must provide an extrapolation target for this domain. In other words, information regarding the Scholar's Strife to increase the success rate of the rescue mission. The Scepter System, inorganic neuron clusters and celestial-level computational interference devices created by Emperor Rebirth II, are widely distributed across various quadrants in the Imperial domain to complete the observations, extrapolations, and interference orders passed on by him. After the Second Emperor's War, numerous intact scepter units were handed over to the Intelligentsia Guild by the IPC for research. However, the active interstellar energy war, as well as the animosity and disagreements between the various schools, turned what was originally an academic exchange into a scholar's strife with the scepter system in the center. What is your objective this time? Rectified statement. It is Madame Herta's objective. Madame Herta has always hoped to amplify the total knowledge throughout the universe. As for her personal research, it originates from a conundrum left over from the era of the scholars' strife. It could be said that this extrapolation is a return to the beginning, back to the origin. However, she has unexpectedly become trapped at this origin. I hope that this knowledge will assist in your search. You have obtained a scepter. Evolution Alter Extreme. After an allied target uses ultimate, restores 50 charge. Attacks when charge reaches 120. Powerful effects will be unleashed when the scepter is activated. When certain conditions are met, the scepter will be activated. Hint, learn about the scepter's mechanics through combat. Bounce deals ice ultimate damage equal to 200% base damage, blah 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 blah. Okay. Candelagraph's destiny. Evolution is the antithesis of intellect. Only by devolving into the most fundamental state can one attain truth. Is that Dr. Primitive's? I just finished the quest, so... Is that Dr. Primitive? Anyway. Is there a perfect medium for wisdom to exist? As the inorganic, bionic neuron clusters of the mechanical emperor, the scepter should possess the property of bearing intelligence. What? As the inorganic bionic neuron clusters of the mechanical emperor, the scepters are inorganic bionic neuron clusters of the mechanical emperor. Okay. Should possess the property of bearing intelligence. The school of evolutionary perfection scholars once suspected that Rupert II used the scepters as a cerebral extension of thought expansion to generate enough computational power to destroy half the universe with his mortal body. Though the IPC has imposed many restrictions on inorganic lifeform research projects, that has not prevented scholars' academic efforts from being slowly diverted from flesh to metal. It is, as scholar Torkirk declared, beyond minuscule protein balls and limited lifespans, we will eventually create intelligence that transcends all. Chronicles of the Scholars of Strife, Candelagraph, historian, Karasin. You can freely use the team lineup function. You can choose characters that are compatible with the scepter's extrapolation alignment. I might as well change it, I think. Ooh. I might as well change it to Firefly, I guess. She is my strongest team after all. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. I wonder if I should use my technique. Yeah, I guess. I shall use it. This is bothering me. All your current scepters will be shown here. So use ultimates to charge it. There is still some leftover energy in the current scepter. Use an ultimate again to successfully activate the scepter.
被风吹落的那一天。
朋友们，请享用吧。
仪式。
The circular-shaped interfaces are passive components. Passive components enhance the scepter's effects. You can select the components you require. What is charge? No brief. I think I'll just go for the one in the middle every single time. You can insert the component on top of the scepter. Tap here to activate the Omniscience Archive. This is the passive component you just obtained. Drag it to the circular interface slot to place it. The astral computer before you, with a curved screen on top and a genderless human body at the bottom, is running a calculation at high speed. While it seems to be simulating the collapse of a massive star, only you know that you are playing a game of rock, paper, scissors with it. Hey, where am I? Why are there so many people arguing inside my head? As you put forth your inquiries, a wave of deep rage surfaces in your cognition, desiring destruction and the ruination of everything. You are now but a thread of consciousness belonging to a perfect scholar. The members of the Intelligentsia Guild clamor ceaselessly next to your ears, arguing about the future, chaos, evolution, and languages. You listen to them murmur on and find their words meaningless. This will be a model created by collecting data from the greatest scholars of the Guild and combining the details together into one. The Intelligentsia Guild estimates that, in the best case scenario, the first perfect scholar of the Intelligentsia Guild will be born. As the lead scholar initiates the experiment, a new electric current surfaces within the consciousness. Touch sensibility. The self. Some civilizations granted it this descriptor of soul. Selves from different individuals exhibit massive differences. This difference determines the movement patterns and thought processes of the individual. Therefore, one question must be considered. Who am I? I don't have a bounce scepter. However, I will choose this one. The pursuit of the meaning of the self. I believe that it is repeating the process of becoming human. The scholar displays the digital incubator to the crowd. Hint: after obtaining the components, insert them into the scepter in a timely manner. You can try using smart insertion. Ooh, okay. I like that. I do like that a lot because I don't want to think about it. But where's my special one? Is it a bounce scepter? No, it's not a bounce scepter. But whatever. Gosh.
前方危险，务必
Oh,
小
let's
心。
see. And she's weak to fire. No, she's not. I think I should just do this one anyways because my other teams are really bad.
敬请期待。余音不绝，
我应自行启动。
本质如一，矢志一切，燃烧殆尽，合眼开场。都有被风吹落的那一天。
朋友们，请享用吧。
会是谁呢？
没有附身吗？
为生而战。即兴表演，合眼开场。会痛吗？还是老样子，猜猜看吧。有趣吗？点燃星海。 受到攻击，还是老样子，为生而战。要一起吗？只有人喜欢吗？有趣，还是老样子。都有被风吹落的那一天。好梦成真，合眼开场。
调剂下，朋友们。 请享用吧。
At the brink of the simulated universe, you finally catch sight of Herda's familiar purple silhouette. The genius puppet, one of them, is currently standing on the boundary between two time periods, trying to peel off the unintelligible information of the unknowable domain. You loudly call out to her, but it is not until you are right in front of her that she realizes that the simulated universe has gained another living being. What are you doing here? This place is not for testing. Go and entertain yourself in some other domains. Madam Herta, have you been out of contact with the outside world for 34 You have been out of contact with the outside world for 34 universal hours. I specifically requested that Lei come find you. 34 universal hours? It seems that not only does the unknowable domain interfere with external observation, but it also affects your sense of time. Though it looks like unobservable nonsense code from the outside, everything is completely normal inside. This cannot be a programming error. It is some kind of impurity. Herta ignores you and Scrollum and casts her gaze back towards the data flow before her. Quickly, you realize that it is not that she is trapped in the unknowable domain. She simply forgot to come back. Alright, this is classic Herta. Do you know about the Circle of Knowledge? Herta asks from nowhere. Unlike before, she doesn't seem as frank and forthright. She is immersed in the confusion of some conundrum before her. I don't understand a word. Comparing one's knowledge to a circle, the greater your knowledge, the larger your circle, and the more unknown lays outside your circle. Appraisal, a very astute metaphor. Since I began my search for knowledge, whenever the knowledge inside my brain reached a certain level and was about to break through the unknown circle into the world of the unknown, I would encounter some kind of obstacle. Mechanical failure, data corruption, and even threats to personal safety. All sorts of unlikely events would occur that would push all of my research progress back to zero. It's like there was a pair of invisible hands constantly preventing me from leaving the circle of the unknown, creating a continuous, unknowable domain. Logic, you seem to be applying a subjective quality to these objective obstacles. Allow me to remind you, subjectivity is the enemy of a research. To some, it may be subjective conjecture. To a genius, it is a flash of inspiration. My intuition is telling me that this bottleneck of knowledge that we encounter in the simulated universe is stopping us from gaining a certain knowledge and unearthing a certain period of history. Deduction. Perhaps myths of enigmata cast their gaze over the simulated universe. I have 3,215 further deductions. Would you like to hear? That sounds more like subjective conjecture to me. Let's talk about this outside. Herta falls into a moment of uncharacteristic silence. She stands perfectly still and stares into the depths of the unknowable domain. It's as if something is waiting there for her, like a puzzle that calls for a genius to solve it. Forget it. I can always come back. Is that all? Ready? That's it? Okay. Question. Were there any useful clues discovered regarding the cause of the unknowable domain? There are some clues, but not many. I saw much of the dark history of the Intelligentsia Guild. It's only been about 100 Amber eras since the Scholars' Strife. Logically, as a direct participant, the Catalographos should have thoroughly documented the entire event. But when I compared the data with the history in the unknowable domain, I discovered that there are numerous omissions and fabrications throughout. The Intelligentsia Guild has always been extremely apprehensive regarding the enigmata, especially concerning such important historical materials. They would not have permitted the history fictionologists to tamper with it. Unless they did it with the intention to use the enigmata as a cover, to conceal crucial information that should not exist. The history fictionologists are such great tools. The school shed blood over the allocation of the scepters' computational power, or there could have been clandestine exchanges happening, but all are inconsequential. There's only one thing truly worth concealing: knowledge itself. According to the official report, thousands of scepters were flooded by foolish questions from scholars, exhausting their computational power. Now, they have become mere photo-op spots for everyone, floating in space like debris. You think I'd believe that? That is a creation of a genius. Scrollum, how much more can we improve the simulated accuracy of the scepter? According to the previous estimates, if we concentrate all the computational power of the simulated universe, we can increase the accuracy to 71% or more. That's enough. I'm sure everyone here knows that I'm never one to accept the status quo. I've always sought to push beyond the existing boundaries of knowledge, find new breakthroughs, and advance the total knowledge of the universe multiple-fold. The current extrapolation of the Scholars of Strife is precisely for that purpose. Therefore, I've decided to add in the fifth collaborator of the simulated universe. I really want to meet Yu Qing too. You found Poca? Let's revive Rupert II. Huh? Of course, I'm not literally reviving anyone. Gather all the data from the Scholars of Strife, replicate the entire scepter system in the simulated universe, and recreate the Emperor's external cognitive unit. Then we will be able to obtain the brain of the fifth genius. Then I shall ask him, or her, no, should be it, a question, just like how someone asked the question that I ultimately solved at the end of the Scholars of Strife. Although Stefan and Madame Ranmei are both agreeable, I personally have reservations. Introducing multiple objectives into a single study will significantly dilute the research focus and reduce efficiency. Reserving judgment is as good as having no opinion. The Scholars of Strife, my beginnings, and the fifth genius, these are all chains tightly linked to one another. Skrullin, you'd better not tell me you're not curious about this extrapolation. As you indicated to be objective, my analysis does include a 15% weightage of curiosity. Hey Lei, your performance in Golden Gears was decent. You were experienced in dealing with Rupert's creations too, and looks like I'm lacking an assistant. Isn't this just the perfect coincidence? Herta stares at you intently. That's all I've ever wanted. Then this settles it. Do come and collect more scepter data. I guarantee that you'll see many exciting things. This experiment is different from those prior, ma'am. Please stay safe. It's like I'm still on level 1 of this. Maybe I should try that eventually. And this one on 13. Okay. Looks like there's nothing time limited. I wonder if this one will be really quick too, because the first one was really fast. We'll go with the dot. Candelagraph's destiny. By arranging magnetic field particles according to the model, then suppressing them, they successfully use the scepters to create a small planet. In the face of such immense power provided just by a sliver of the Emperor's estate, one is chilled to the bone even if it was merely described in verbiage. Before embarking onto the starry skies, Professor Grotto of Longchime once opined that humanity could master the universe using only 4 fundamental forces. Scholars would later mockingly call this model the Kingdom of Heaven. Just like everything else in the Amber Lord did, the unobservability and irreproducibility of imaginary energy and the paths raised an insurmountable wall against the established of the grand unified equation. The experiments in analyzing the paths by the school of pure creation are seen as blasphemous by the devout, but to reconstruct the entire cosmos with the smallest unit as its building block, is that not the true manifestation of erudition? Scholars of the school of pure creation are like fireworks, ephemeral, yet leaving behind myriad sparks for future seekers of knowledge.
水面下便是无尽深渊，该说再见了。
凶神恶鬼，有老子阻你！
放轻松。该说再见了。我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。水面下便是无尽深渊。站好了。我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。
I just got rejected from the job. But it's okay. I didn't want that job anyways. It's just annoying to be rejected. I'm so confused. Why can't I put it here? I don't get it.
逝者哀哭，落雨终将落下。
So, I wonder why these ones can go in. Maybe like, oh, the circles versus the octagons or whatever. I get it now. Kind of. Hexagon. Okay. Wish me luck. Okay.
看不见，我看不见。那边的傻瓜，看这，流淌吧，过往的刀光。
Was that the wrong team to bring? Maybe, yeah. But T8. Ooh, that wasn't the wrong team to bring. Okay. Dot. Creation altar scan. Candelagraph's destiny. Everyone try taking a step back and view the individual as the smallest unit. Disperse and scan a Pathstrider's information. Will one then be able to grasp the structural principles of a Pathstrider? Redacted candidly confessed to his crimes, but up to the moment of his execution, his face was all smiles. Before embarking onto the starry skies, Professor Grotto of Longtime once opined that humanity... I feel like I've read this before. I think I've read that. Maybe, I don't know. Let's go this one. Let's do new. Let's do this one. Oh, let's just get it anyways. Who cares? Oh, yeah. Genius and Prophecy 1. Relax. You are slowly being submerged into the unfathomable swamp. It gives you a fitting status, a nameless scholar, a passing observer, or something else like an ant on a rock. Mesmerizing lights will drape across your consciousness like a translucent veil, and the bustling data in your ears achieving greater clarity. Newcomer, adjust the observation precision of the imaginary background calibrator to max settings, in accordance with the recording frequency of the quantum intervals, and don't forget to pour yourself a cup of coffee, the lady scholar instructs you. That's Herda. That's real Herda. Pour a cup of quartz coffee. Patavia Adler Somerville is vexed over a number, a ghost haunting her soul, eternally maintaining the exact erroneous value in the experiment. The device emits clacking rings, swallowed up by the boundless void. You turn on the vintage radio you thrifted out of habit, not really expecting to glean any useful news from it. The Quantum History School's prophecy proclaims, with the deliberations of our inorganic cells, new geniuses will rise to the call. Though the guild casts doubt on the prophecy's veracity, the Emperor's corpse is not yet cold. We cannot help but consider the importance of the prophecy to prevent the birth of future crises. How ambiguous! Suits them perfectly, Patavia scoffs. Would a genius be born from the myriad scholars crawling all over the Emperor's legacy like maggots gnawing at the fruit of wisdom? Or would Rupert III awake from among the Empire's ashes? She walks towards the calibrator's control panel and ends the program. As expected, the visualized erroneous value is simulated and combined onto a group of stable signals. Record experimental data. It appears at a frequency of once every 13 minutes. No matter where the laboratory is relocated to, the Purling Nebula, Helderin, or even at the edge of the black hole, neither the strength nor frequency has shown any variation. It's as if there's a voice, omnipresent across all time and space. How many more? How many more? Oh, I got an... Oh, that's what that was.
流淌吧，过往的刀光。暴雨将至，来许愿吧。水面下便是无尽深渊，我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。审判的结果。保命保命！站好了，该说再见了。放轻松。更强之争，我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。站好了，有点意思。引渡徘徊，放轻松。 下，便是无尽深渊。来许愿吧。
Statue. In between the red rocks in Insumosu, you discover the white stone sculpture of a human head. Its size is just right to be held in your fist. You read the inscription on the stone platform that says, Yaoshi. On the spur of the moment, you wrap your fingers around the sculpture, feeling it transforming into a bird in your hand. Its longevity proliferates and expands in a visualized form. Then scarlet liquid flows through your fingers. All sentient beings will have all their wishes fulfilled. Torment and healing are in a symbiotic relationship. You can be more manic. Okay. What? I don't know. I am a simp for whatever that is. Maybe I should change my... Maybe I should change my team, just to be safe.
如何？这儿有让你拔刀的理由吗？
Oh
灵
wait.
石。
Kafka.
试试手气。
流淌吧，过我的刀光。
Wait, that's definitely not what I want to do. Wait, I shouldn't have put a bunching at the middle. That's pretty dumb of me. I just wasn't thinking.
我为逝者哀哭，暮月终将落下。希望这次我们也和。
凶神恶鬼，有老子阻你！
厄运之势，声名俱灭。
别出千啊！
无礼的客人。不想起这水面下，便是无尽深渊。我为逝者哀哭，暮月终将落下。
I don't really get the point of having so many different of these. Oops. Let's go back. Let's go back. Boss.
逆位，无力。
I never know which one is better, Kafka or Akron's technique.
熟悉的感觉。该说再见了。我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。 无力的客人，站好了，身凝俱灭。放轻松，必将承受代价。水面下，便是无尽深渊。 逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。
凶神恶鬼，有老子阻你！
Dr. Patavia, who knew that she will become the origin of the unknowable domain? She's famous? Within the entire Intelligentsia Guild, Patavia is recognized as one of its most distinguished scholars. While she may be far from a genius, her achievements have earned her a separate page in the Candelagraphos' records. For the first half of her life, she was not affiliated with a particular school, much like most unknown scholars. In the latter half, she became a coveted laureate, with every school keen to recruit her in hopes of elevating their prestige. It's rare to see you hold someone in such high regard. I'm never stingy with my commendations for intelligent individuals, especially when their research is in the same field as mine. If we consider leaving the circle of knowledge as creating new insights from the realm of the unknown to be the path of erudition, then there's no doubt that she has gone farther than most of her peers. What I think the signal Patavia received back then in the unknowable domain that currently confines me is like a lifeline that will help me out of the circle. It can lead me to find the knowledge singularity. Knowledge singularity? From the initial discovery of fire, the early questionings of gravity, then to the first recognition of the relationship between time and space, each instance where a scholar has stepped beyond the boundaries of the circle of knowledge led to a significant impact on the world. In the world of geniuses, such impact has always been considered extraordinary. An individual in the Genius Society proposed the concept of the knowledge singularity, describing it as a cognitive tipping point that can permanently alter the definition of knowledge. So, what exactly is the signal? Let me quiz you, Honorable Madam Herta. What are some of the achievements that the mediocre cannot achieve even after an entire lifetime? I know there are many, but by answering this, you'll be close to guessing the nature of the signal. Solid waves theory. It's solitary waves theory. I'll consider that correct. As the starting point of my academic achievements, it can be considered one of my proudest achievements. The signal that Scholar Patavia received is a solitary wave within the universe. At the same time, it is also a conundrum that nearly confined the entire universe in the circle of knowledge. Okay, I think if the rest of it is as easy as this, I'll be able to do it, but it probably won't be. as easy as this. Ooh. Activate. Activate. Okay, so by getting all of these, I think that needs to finish. I see. Okay. Oh, is this gonna be here forever? I guess for now I'll take a break, but I'll be back eventually, and then we can also do this one together, because at the end they usually have like something, some lore drop or whatever. Ooh, up to 80. Not even close. Anyways, thanks for watching. I'll be back. Okay, so let's get started with this week's Divergent Universe. It looks like there's an imaginary booth today with the end of an altruist, so I guess I will kind of... Ooh, it's definitely geared towards Rappa, which I skip. I'm skipping, but doesn't matter. No? Let's, I think this team will suffice, actually. I'm really wondering if they're going to stop adding so many new levels to this Divergent Universe, because I'm not caught up yet at all. And let me switch to... Why am I playing Trailblazer? Oh, yeah, I was raising her. Because if you do the other one, the Unknowable Domain, the new one, then you'll have like so many extra points. So you don't need to do both of them every week. You just need to do one of them. So in that sense, I'm like, I don't really know which one I want to do. And actually, a lot of me talking here is going to be a little filler until we get to the end. I probably won't film this every week, but I thought since I already filmed the Unknowable Domain, might as well tack this on at the end of that video. And I've been like, I just finished the last video, which was the entirety of the 2.6 questline, and that took me like forever. Not really. I honestly did not even put that much effort into it. It was just really freaking long, because it's like 8 hours long, and I had to make sure there was nothing included in there that I didn't want. And the reason I chose to go to the occurrence just now, because I usually do combat, is because I saw a TikTok and everyone there always chooses occurrence because they say it's quicker, but honestly it's not quicker, because I actually read all of them. Well, okay. Ooh, receive 5 additional usable heat in the workbench of creation. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Okay. I'll just choose the big ones. So today, well, this is like a second day. This machine is on. Okay, so I already, oh my gosh. Hello? This is so long. So, yesterday I was pretty unproductive because I had an interview and it went, I would say it was one of my worst interviews because the job wasn't what I wanted. It was like very similar to my previous job, and I quit that job for a reason, and I don't want anything to do with that sort of employment ever again. So the vibes kind of petered out near the end of the interview, which is fine. I don't want them to contact my references. I probably should have said withdrawn right then and there, but I don't do that. That's really freaking awkward. So then, the architects. You cross paths with a devout wall builder brigade from Servia. They are pushing mine carts while building a high wall for the planet. A girl catches your eye. The color of the gravel behind her reflects on her chestnut hair. She is holding a heap of gleaming minerals with wood and gold mixed inside. You briefly catch sight of her eyes, from which sparkles pour down like galaxies. I've actually already read this before, so I don't even... I wish they would... The one update I want besides... The one update I want besides artifact rollouts are like notifications on whether or not I'm reading something new. That'd be awesome. Yeah, for these I literally just go down the row. I don't even read. I hate reading. Just kidding. I hate making decisions. That's all. And let's do fire, wind. You know, this is probably my best team for that. So after my interview, I had already planned on coming to my dad's house. And I lived here, especially when I worked. I lived in this town because it's bigger. So I made the commute, and it's around 3 hours long because I wanted to, I was going to go to a friend's Halloween party, and don't get me wrong, I have like 2 friends, okay, so she's really nice and really invites me to things because otherwise I would not be going outside very much. But I'm going to her Halloween party and I had to figure out a costume, and I'm really indecisive, and also I didn't really care to plan that well, so I ended up, I had a couple options. I was thinking of going as a teddy bear, but I look too basic and I don't want to go out and buy bear ears. And then I was thinking of going as a witch or a cat because I have witch and I have cat ears, but I don't have the rest of the outfit, and it's also really basic. And then I decided to go as the Matrix, and my outfit is still really basic and I don't think anyone will recognize it really. However, it's like I can pull it off better. So, oh my gosh, should I have done that? I don't know. So that's what I'm going as, and I have to get ready for it soon. My sister is coming down here to give me some like a shirt in case I want it. I don't really like adventure domains. They kind of stress me out. I think another update they should have is have like technique stuff before going in there, but it looks like this isn't one of those. What? Oh, okay. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. That kind of sucked. I really wanted to do a very niche meme costume. Maybe I'll do it next year, but I don't know if it'll be relevant next year. I want it to be Double Trouble, which, like, she's such a funny girl on TikTok. I really like how sincere she is in her job. And as I'm interviewing for positions and seeking employment, I really find her sincerity and the way she says things really entertaining, because the job market or the interview process is really fake. And a lot of the things people say are not true, or they just sound so calculated and insincere. And I like how she literally sounds just that, but because she might be like autistic or something, she actually sounds like she believes in what she's saying. And I really want to be like that in my upcoming job interviews, because I'm gonna be honest, I'm trash at interviews at the moment. I don't have good stories, and when I have stories, I'm too embarrassed to talk about it because it doesn't seem impressive enough to me. So I do downplay my achievements, and to be honest, there's not much to downplay because I haven't really done anything that impressive. So I got a call. So I drove yesterday the whole day, and then I didn't apply to any new jobs, and then I sat in my bed and edited the entire video until like 2 a.m. in the morning, which was a really bad decision because I want to get my sleep schedule on track, because that day I also got a call from one of the jobs I applied for saying that I could interview with them, and I decided to just go for the slot that's going to be next Monday, so that's literally 2 days from now. And I have to drive all the way there, which is going to be 2 to 3 hours drive, and then all the way back. So that really freaking sucks. And I should probably prepare. Like, it kind of stressed me out how poorly prepared I was, because I haven't studied. I mean, first of all, I don't really know what they want. That's the printer. I think my aunt is like printing stuff. But I'm really worried. I do have a feeling I'm going to drive all the way there, and I'm going to flop my interview and blow my chances. And I'll probably be back, because that is where a lot of the jobs are. Like, I'll have to drive there pretty often, I think. And ultimately, it might even be better for me to get a job somewhere far away, as opposed to where I live, because if I were to look for employment again, it's better, I'd have better chances in somewhere with a lot of jobs already. So it just makes sense. Okay. So I do have to prepare for that, in addition to preparing for my friends' get together tonight, which is literally in less than 4 hours. Probably have to get ready in about 2 hours, because I have to go buy a snack or something. And then, wow, I actually can't believe I won every single one. Okay. one of my old friends also lives in the area I'm driving to for the interview, and she works there. So I actually messaged her first, by the way. And yeah, she works really close by, so we're gonna meet up. She was my best friend, but I don't think I'm her best friend anymore, so. And we don't talk. I don't think we've talked in like years. So that's probably not someone you'd call your best friend. But she is actually my best friend, besides my family. So we're going to meet up after my interview, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm mostly just nervous about my interview because it really does suck. Because I probably have to drive like 5 hours, not including the time that it took for me to not including the time it took for me to drive to this city, like my dad's place, which is already a 3-hour drive. So that's kind of why I took the interview. Otherwise, I might not have taken it if I had to drive all the way from my mom's place. Okay, Imperial Legacy. You find yourself on a nameless planet full of towering metallic structures. Among the ruins, basked in a faint sunlight, a massive, sophisticated machine slowly makes its way toward you. It picks up the parts scattered all over the ground and fixes them onto its fortress-like body in an orderly manner. The piston rises and falls, resulting in a vigorous lever effect that brings about the turning of the gears. The machine emits a deep growl as it mends its damaged body with little hope of completion. An old man approaches you with one half of his arm drooping. The ancient Intellitron is unfazed by the peculiar scene before him. Using his last piece of visual crystal he has, he fixates his gaze upon you, an unexpected visitor, and nods approvingly. How nostalgic. Once there was also an organic creature like you standing here, marveling at the lives created by the Emperor. Who is he? How could I possibly remember? The ancient Intellitron shakes his head, and a string of chewed cables falls out along with several oxidized chips engraved with the crest of the Rupert Empire. They say I'm broken, just like this kid here. The dreadful steel fortress comes to a halt behind the old man. Its gears grind against each other non-stop, producing an odd noise. It seems to be responding to the old man's commands. The Emperor's legacy isn't only available for inorganic creatures. If you can free yourself from your current shackles, it will guide you in the right direction. A faint crimson light flashes in the Intellitron's eyes. His words send ripples of resonance in your conscience like a spell. The colossal metal behemoth has not responded to your expectations. However, there is no rush, because one day the successor to the Empire will come here. The battered moving fortress glides past the top of your head. Your heart almost stops beating because of the enormous roar. By the time you snap out of your trance, the ancient Intellitron has gone far with the machine, leaving behind tire tracks on the ground. There's a lot about Rupert's empire. I'm finally, remembering that Rupert is a thing. Okay. That's crazy, man. Oh my gosh. Not there being a freaking... First of all, let's do... That's actually crazy. How's the boss now? Who are we gonna choose? Okay. Let's enhance this. And we have 2 more.
余音不绝，敬请期待。
瞧着点。
周而复始，矢志一切，燃烧殆尽。合眼开场，合眼开场。
朋友们，请享用吧。没钱呢。
点燃星海。都有被风吹落的那一天。合眼开场。
Sorry for the interruption. I think I'll be interrupted again in a quick moment, so bear with me. I think my aunt is printing a lot of papers, so let's shut up for just a bit. But did you see how I saved us? I didn't even have to switch out for a shield. I saved us. I had faith in Galacha.
周而复始，都有被风吹落的那一天。为生而战。
生活就是如此美妙。
I'm thinking I'm gonna go to... Oh, my dad just sent me a text. Cat ownership and schizophrenia. Okay. I always use Firefly for this, but I hate how they don't have those, like, they have it, but it's all the technique things. They should have it out here. Who's even left? The fuck? There we go. My sister also called me just now earlier, and we were missing one of the keys. Ooh, I've never seen this before. Well, I have, but what is it? sound better? What is the point of that? I don't understand. But my dad, when I had left, he was like stressing about the fact that we were missing one of the keys to our car, and he thought he had lost it because he was the one using the car, and he at one point had both of the keys. And he's been thinking he's been going senile lately because he's pretty old now. And my sister on the phone, she was like, guess what? Because my sister wasn't home, so she didn't know my dad was thinking all this and saying all this. She was like, I found the keys. She was like, oh, she called me and she was like, oh, did you bring so-and-so car? And I was like, yeah, I did. And she was like, oh, I found a key for that yesterday. I accidentally brought it with me because she's all the way up in a big city up here. So I thought that was funny. I immediately told her, I was like, look, sister, you better get off the phone, and the first thing you need to do is call dad and tell him that you have the key. So I'm sure he'll be really happy to hear that. Okay, this one was quick, and then I can read the special thing and get out of here. I think they always have this. Really? I don't understand why they do that. I don't understand why they make every single character lose HP. Like, that's so not fair. Should I do high risk? Should I do high risk and not put a shielder? Because I could put a shielder. No. I think shielder works better for my thing anyways. And I think my blessings will help me heal. I'm pretty sure I have healing blessings or something like that. We'll see. Let's see what happens. No. Not yet. Oh my god. I've actually never lost one of these regular ones on 0 threshold, but depending on my blessings, I actually could. Oh, she went from 46 HP to 48. Back to 46, now she's 50. See, the blessing is working. Aventure's HP is going up. Yeah, I think we're chilling, actually. I really like this game mode because I never lose in it. Although I will say, playing a shielder with Jingu is probably not the most symbiotic team. I'm kind of bummed. There was no expanded equation. That's really bum. I like reading those. But let's see. I think I have to use up my, what's it called? My like tickets. So I have to get the or extract the ornaments or whatever. This thing, yeah, I'm not even close. If they keep adding more of these, I'll never finish. And they are adding more of these. Which freaking sucks. I heard they added the event. They added the events stuff. So that's there now. So I'm gonna extract the rest of my ornaments and then I'll be back to play the next event. Thanks for watching. I'm sorry there wasn't like a glorious lore payoff at the end. But I kind of just wanted to chat about my life updates because yesterday was a freaking waste and so much driving and I have to contemplate even more driving. But yeah, I love you. Bye. So I changed my mind. I do actually want to finish this so that my quest stuff isn't boggled down with random shit. Okay. Let's read the new curio I got. Temporary stake. The carnivorous fungus blankets grown on the planet Katya swiftly secretes hydrophilic substances when simulated, which can combine with liquids to form crystalline structures with digestive properties. It has found its lifelong career in some shady interstellar gambling dens. Penniless gamblers brew their last gemstones with their tears of regret, staking everything in a gamble. These chips will quickly dissolve, becoming new debts, and the gamblers' lives are corroded completely in the digestive fluids that pour out. Okay. In 1 year, it's actually crazy to me how I still don't have any of that. I'm so confused. I feel like I'm falling really behind. Okay. Did this clear out my quests, I wonder? No. What does it want from me? One, fading empire, cleared. Future rehearsal. Follow up. Attack. I can literally choose. Okay. I feel like this would be good for when I have Sunday. Should I wait to get in? No, that'll be in forever. 1, 2, 3. And who else should I get? Ramen could be good. I feel like this team is going to be SP negative. Just a feeling. Her? Let's go for it. This type of scepter will take action on the action bar. When the scepter takes action, it will trigger corresponding effects. Okay, we'll choose you. We'll just keep going with the middle ones again. Energy altar investment. The development of energy isn't to ensure the well-being of everyone, but instead to prevent others from possessing more than you do. I don't think I've read this part. During the Interstellar Energy War, the IPC invested massive funds to supercharge the progress of the Intelligentsia Guild's breakthrough developments in multiple fields, including drilling, energy storage, and detection. In order to achieve the goal of developing a new energy source superb in both quality and yield, the scepter quotas of the various schools prioritized the research requirements of the School of Interstellar Energy Resources. Even so, there are multiple historical records stating that under the Intelligentsia Guild's directives, the School of Interstellar Energy Resources once deliberately delayed the extrapolation progress of the scepters. By perusing later historical records, Countless incidents caused the protraction of this war in the worst possible manner. I can't help but wonder if there is some unseen force in the darkness that is manipulating our path forward. Okay. No. Who is the best? Yeah, I think. Oh my god. I'm just keeping an eye on the time because, like, I should probably get ready for Halloween. But then I won't be able. Last night, I actually did not open a single one of my games because 1, I was interviewing, 2, I was driving, 3, I was editing, 4, I was freaking out about my interview on Monday that I just got a phone call for. And I kept putting off because I was like, should I keep playing games? Because my life is becoming... I'm not busy, but it's like, do I really want to be playing these games all of my life? I kind of do. I wish I had unlimited life so I could just play these games all the time. That's actually kind of the reason why I started recording this in the first place, because it's like so much time. I already spend so much time like reading every single little bit of this stuff that it just makes sense to at least read. Let's do an occurrence. That at least makes sense to just record it so it's not gone forever. Forever's. Societal dreamscape. You walk into the most adorable Killero fish restaurant on Pier Point. Okay, I think I've read this. You stuff a fisheye into your mouth and plunge into a social dreamland. Galactic currency will be raining down regularly from the sky. Your mind returns to reality when the fish eye is fully digested in your stomach. It's time for you to go to work, but you're reluctant to move. Swallow the other fish eye. I cannot afford negative curios. They stress me out. I don't really care if I miss opportunities. I hate negative curio. What was I talking about? Yeah, recording. I also ate a lot of ice cream yesterday. My mom's house, we don't have like junk food really. I was able, when I went to Costco with my dad, I was able to buy a box or a bag of like Cheetos, the Annie's Cheetos. They were so good. My favorite Cheeto is like Little Ghetto, but I really like Cheetos Puffs. They're just the best Cheeto, no doubt about it. I don't even like any other Cheetos. I hate Cheetos. I used to like regular Cheetos, like the crunchy regular ones. But after I started regularly eating Cheetos Puffs, I was like, that's my belly, if anyone heard. Wait, I should not have done that. That was really dumb of me. Fire. Let's do her. I don't even have them built, low key, but I don't think they'll die. And let's do him. Oh no, that's exactly not what I wanted to do. This way. Oh, that wasn't satisfying. If it was Firefly, I think he would be entirely weakness broken by now.
或者赢下所有，买了。
But I can be late to Halloween party. I think it matters. No one will miss me. This would be a really good team if my characters actually were built and not dealing 10,000 damage. But whatever. That was helpful. I guess I'll do this one. Energy alter saturation. As a matter of fact, the available amount of total energy of the cosmos in its current phase far exceeds its needs, yet it has not prevented the outbreak of wars across the universe. And I already read that. That's why I like to play everything like pretty much immediately, because I usually always choose this one, but I want to get rid of my archive, and I feel like right now it's something. Oh, yay! Okay. Futurological Congress 2. After the Emperor's fall, the cleansing and revenge against inorganic beings and severely damaged the Emperor's legacy. After some efforts of rescue, the Intelligentsia Guild faced a problem. How does one fairly use the scepters to solve problems and reap the greatest benefits for the guild? This is nothing less than an unsolvable equation. The Futurological Congress at Sepoia, the planet of fairness and debate, divvied up the spoils and held a banquet where attendees consumed Rupert's soul. Scholars throng the stands like soap bubbles. You weave through the crevices of people and stand at the forefront of the assembly. The conference will decide the distribution of the scepters. Whose project is more valuable? Who can solve the problems of the future? That who will soon become the owner of the legacy, at least in name. The scepters are scattered across the Empire's ruins like stars in the sky, and each of you in attendance harbors a hidden agenda in your hearts. I want to rebel against the IPC. Break free from those damnable idiots and their control over knowledge. Standard Dahl, chief scholar of the Astral Ecology School, walks onto the podium. Sharp, compound eyes take in the debate. He clears his throat, silencing the noise. A perfect scholar, the ultimate ideal for any truth seekers, an invaluable title even in ages where the erudition was not yet born. Infinite life, infinite perspectives, infinite thoughts, and then knowledge also bowed down unto him. Focus all the computational power on one individual, granting them the chance to speak to the gods, pave the way for genius, and create the perfect scholar for the guild. Madness gleams in his eyes. 1,000,000 problems from the mediocre versus the inspiration of a single genius. Which is more valuable? The answer is self-evident. Among the bustling crowd, a shadow leaves behind a scent that is both sweet and dangerous, diverting your attention. The strange woman wears a pastel-colored gown underneath her scholar's robe, conversing with the people around her. You cannot make out her features, and though the clamor and commotion, you are only able to catch a few words. Survey the crowd for that splash of pastel. The future? Why in such a hurry to advance? The interstellar energy war will need an even longer time before it settles down. The statement sounds like a taunt, with a tone of euphoria. You're asking me? Let's just say I'm an old friend here to pay my respects at the School of Psychohistory's tomb. You do not find anything. Okay. These things are actually really long. I should probably change my team, but for now, this is fine. Wow, that's all me.
者赢下所有。
I find it interesting that I have 2 now on this side. I'm really not sure how that works. Maybe like... Oh, I think you need like... Yeah, no, I don't understand. Actually, I think I was close to understanding.
风险越大，回报越大。
我可不是你，这儿要是模拟宇宙，就由着你任性了。
再让我见识见识。
那是什么？有点感兴趣。
敬请期待。
火鹰自信，启动。
本质如一。
I'm wondering if it's supposed to be that easy. Or if I stumbled upon some sort of amazing new discovery. I think I got the hang of one thing though, and it's that you should choose the scepters or charge or whatever based on... Oh my gosh. Made that happen. Based on if it has a green glowing tag on it or not. Heck yeah. That is what I love to see.
都有被风吹落的那一天。
失去一切，燃烧殆尽。
I get really nervous when I see these.
敬请期待。
So...
火鹰自信，启动。
合眼开场。
朋友们，请享用吧。
Like, what gives the pigs the right to be so tanky? I am confused. Originally I thought the ×1 was like because I already had it, but if that's the case, why does it have the archive thing on it? I think it means like you get 2 of it, and if it's purple like that one in the middle, that means you have a chance of synthesizing it. I think. Whatever, I feel like I made some wrong decisions, but I don't really think it matters. I'm like so strong right now. I'm terribly strong. And I think this team will work just fine. Oh wait, I should have done this first. Ooh, what the heck? Overwrite components, synthesize components, consume cosmic fragments. Should I? It's not like I really use them for anything else. Sure. Might as well. Who cares, right? Okay. Okay, we have Energy Alter Compression, a satirical poem that has made its rounds within the guild for a century may yet explain everyone's enmity towards the school of interstellar energy resources. The young own the most, the inept wear the crown, the laughable fill the stage, and the ignorant claim renown. That sounds like our society. That is literally our society right now. And I'm really smart for saying that and noticing that. Yep. Immediately contain 2 components. Obtains 2 skill points when entering battle when skill points are not fewer than 4. Most raucous. Delicious Marimo candy. I feel like this one would be rarer, so I'm just gonna get that one. Futurological Congress 2. Stander, who had hoped to usurp the legacy for himself, leaves amid the audience's curses. The School of Interstellar Energy Resources proposes a reconciliatory suggestion to bequeath 95% of the computational power to the 4 sufficiently grand cosmic conundrums. You quickly see through the shabby double act. The illustrious scholar presents you all with a choice. Either allow one school to own it all, or split the spoils among 4, allowing everyone to have a share of the scraps. It should be shared among all. 4 cosmic conundrums. I don't know. Almost everyone chooses the second option, and thus 4 vultures dig their claws into the Iron Throne. The first is called Energy Source, drinking heartily from the imaginary river in hopes of tempering boundless gold. You see the emblem of the technology department, and the interstellar energy war is far from over. The second, Life, attempting to piece together genes and grasp pulses, thirsting to find a body most suitable to house intelligence. Its pupils are forged from metal, its wings carved from trees, the heart in its chest beating like thunder. The third is Integration, building a nest with particles and branches with energy, awaiting the hatching of the grand unified equation from the egg, interpreting the deconstruction and reconstruction of all things. The fourth is called future, like a butterfly, like a ripple, seeking an answer divine to determine if the universe is ordained or chaotic, till the future can be perfectly predicted. Deafening cheers mark a close to the banquet. Rupert II, who once stormed the cosmos, his power now rests in your collective hands. Even the most obscure scholar will be elatedly planning on using the scepters, even if they would never glimpse the legacy's true visage, even when on their deathbed. It seems like everyone has forgotten a truth. All these pearls of knowledge do not belong to any organic life present. I don't know, this is a disgrace for the Intelligentsia Guild. We are just like a pack of hyenas, devouring the dross left by others and still acting all smug. Batavia lowers her head in frustration, and you hear her weary sigh. Yep, I knew she would think that, Queen. Are you serious?
周而复始，都有被风吹落的那一天。
敬请期待。
余音不绝，
火影自信启动。
本质如一。
生命纯，朋友们，请享用吧。进攻，就这点水平。
飞萤扑火，矢志一切，燃烧殆尽。
没钱呢。
为生而战。即兴表演。气氛已经烘托，合演开场。我会为自己夺得胜利，点燃星海。
都有被风吹落的那一天。
为生而战。合演开场。
前方危险，务必小心。
星河小姐，让我们尽情向彼此展现自己的价值吧。
将军的手段见得不少。
试试手气。
凉快凉快。
急如律令，静静欣赏庸人的剧场。
别出千啊！
一心同辉。
知识及尺度，穷尽真理，根除谬误。好口，0分。烟火。不分。兵歌无品，0分。
小心！
答案无赦。灯火起爆。说答案，不分。
别出千啊！买了。
一心同辉。
知识及尺度，穷尽真理，根除谬误。雷霆在此，不分。灭于安。
小心！一无所有，或者赢下所有。买了。
任务失败。
1% of a scepter will rival a fleet, 10% of a scepter will obliterate stars, 1 scepter will surpass all that we comprehend, and 1,000 scepters will rule the universe. Dissecting our comprehension, reversing decay, stretching space, creating stars. Stories about scepters have been tainted by much fiction and delusion, but the truth has proven that many of the observers' embellishments don't even scratch the surface of this genius creation. Such technology has inevitably only been used in sheer slaughter. Batavia successfully clears the research review. Before applying for the scepters' allocation, you hope to obtain some references from this old classmate, but she herself hasn't the faintest idea about the Guild's evaluation standards. If you can obtain the entirety of the Emperor's legacy, what would you do? Become a chief scholar. What about you? You return the question to the scholar in front of you. I'll figure out the weird signal first, then we'll see. There is hesitation within Batavia's response. You log into the application interface, where topics and projects are evaluated. Using this as a benchmark, you will be granted an opportunity to own a piece of the scepter's computational power. Please enter your topic number. According to Article 21 of the Scepter Administrative Committee, you will be assigned the computational power corresponding to your eligibility. Celestial Bodies' Functional Modification 3941. Inquiry complete. Topic value calculation in progress. The tone of the system's voice prompt is warm. According to the School of Evolutionary Perfections theory, it uses the optimal amplitude to invoke goodwill in the listener. Verification complete. Your authorized allocation is 1/10,000th computational power. May you discover truth on the road of erudition. Authorized usage of 1/10,000th computational power of a scepter, a value similar to that mysterious signal of hers. A standard response from a combination of feasibility, applicability, financial prospects, and the black box. Okay. I feel like we're learning a lot about Batavia, although I already forgot who she kinda is. Okay. Emulation records. Trailblaze secrets. I guess to finish this, I'll have to go to 20. Ice cool technology. Break. We can do break. Should we do more? No, I should get ready. I'm gonna go get ready for Halloween. But let's look at the achievements I got. This is from all the simulated universe. Iron Sunrise. Possess more than 20 components. Kardashev Type 3. Acquire a component of 3-star rarity beyond cognition. I'll be back. Hello, I'm back, and I have a little bit I want to talk about. I had quite an eventful day today. Yesterday, so the day before is when I last recorded the video, because I remember I was finishing up the simulated universe, and I have not claimed any of these, but I was finishing up the new... yeah, I haven't even started that event. I'm so stressed. I need to finish everything. But let's start with this. Anyways, I was like... Yesterday, I was really preparing super hard for my interview. And it actually paid off. I think I did a pretty good job today. So yesterday I did do all my dailies. I didn't really do anything else besides that. And I was just super nervous for my interview because I feel like I'm making a lot of stuff not up, but you know, I want to sell myself. Extrapolation Alter Collapse. They created a perfectly sealed experimental environment. From the residents' personalities to particle count, all information is brought under control. The scepters' forecasts are impeccably perfect. However, according to estimates, for the scepters to extrapolate the universe's future, its size must be at least 2.799 times or more than the universe. Oh, some new things. Okay. Circular interfaces are decision components, a special kind of passive component. Okay. Decision components conflict with each other and cannot be repeatedly obtained or upgraded. Also, each scepter can only have one equipped. Okay. Sure. Delving deeper into the Unknowable Domain will cause extra cycle limits. When the extra cycles become 0, enemies will become greatly enhanced. No! Every battle has a standard number of cycles. When the battle exceeds the standard cycles, it will consume extra cycles. No, no, no. No. I don't... I thought this was going to be a very chill mode. That's not what I wanted. Okay, let's hide here. And the reason I was preparing so hard was because I've been thinking I should probably move to this area where all the jobs are at. Just so when I look for my next job it's easier, instead of living in an isolated small town where I would have to drive like freaking 4 hours or 5 hours away just to apply to another job. And then I was thinking, I'm also driving freaking 5 hours round trip just to interview. And how sad would that be if I just totally bombed that interview that I drove 5 hours for. So anyways, I did that today. I did something pretty cool. I did like, I used the Google like notebook, LLM, I think that's what it's called. And you like put in a bunch of your notes. Or links or YouTube videos, whatever you want, and it creates an AI podcast for you. So the podcasts are pretty short. They're around like 13 to 25 minutes. And I wouldn't say they're the best or most reliable, but because I knew I was going to be driving and I would be nervous the whole way, usually I just listen to K-pop music, and that's such a waste of time. So I really felt like I could use that time, and there are no like free audiobooks for this particular organization. It's fairly niche, and I wasn't entirely sure of like the actual job. Like, you know, even if you read the job description, it's still really difficult to not say something wrong. Like at my last interview, I said something completely off about what I thought the job was going to be like. I was like, I really like analyzing data. And they're like, there's none of that. And I was like, oh. That was the interview I talked about that I flopped at. Anyway, so I did this job, and one thing I noticed is these are usually longer interviews. And that makes me really nervous because I feel like I don't really have that much to say. But the people interviewing me, both this time and the last time I had an hour-long interview, they were very like chatty, and they asked like questions that weren't just on their question sheet. Because these are like very particular interviews for a particular organization where they don't, it's not like a conversational thing. They usually just print questions on a piece of paper and you answer them. But this was a little different, and that made it more fun. And I don't know, I think I acted pretty human. It's very difficult for me to act like one of those like HR robots, which I would do that if I could. I would like trade my soul any day to sound like a LinkedIn psychopath, but I don't have the ability to do that, and it's a skill. I'm impressed at the people who can do that. So I listened to my AI podcast for like 2 hours, and then I got there early because remember, this is like really far away from me, so I got there an hour and a half early, and I just parked outside, studied my notes. What even is this? Oh. And so I felt pretty prepared, as much as I hate preparing, to be honest. I don't prepare for shit. So, I think this team should work fine. So it was like as prepared as I was going to be for that kind of role. And I'm not going to act like an interview expert because I definitely am not. Like everyone knows, I got rejected from a job actually last Thursday. So I'm not an interview expert. I would like to think that they already had someone internal in mind for that position, so that's just what I'm gonna tell myself. But in reality, I did bomb that interview because I acted way too casual. That is something I just do. And for this interview, it wasn't too much of a problem, I guess, because I also like came with examples. They were not even good examples, but I think having examples so that, you know, the person who interviews you can use their imagination to fill the gaps and assume what you did, that kind of helps. I mean, they're not going to grill you on what you did. And if they do, you can just say, you know, it happened a while ago, so I forgot to read that, but whatever. Let's just go with this one. Anyway, I wanted to say, ooh, lapis speakers flakes immediately improve calculation power for one random scepter. Okay. Good morning, Miss Assistant. You connect to the scepter, experiencing its internally simple yet remarkable mechanical structure. A string of shoddy yet ugly code instantly disrupts your holosync. An armed archaeologist construction team is installing the final thermal insulation component to the engine. You are swept away and engulfed in a surge of information, forcing you to immediately disconnect. The death of the Emperor sealed all the scepters. They lost their ability to communicate and are unable to demonstrate the ability to produce the terrifying instantaneous decisions made during the war. But this isn't the problem. Directly link up the dozens of scepters among the schools using the engine and cables in physical space. Mollet, chief scholar of the School of Pure Creation, raises his arms and hoots. The engine ignites and the scepters gradually sink into the spatial depression, wanting to appear on the other side of the universe. They have expropriated your allocation and occupied your lab. They say that the sound made by your 1/10,000th authority is no more than dust drifting through the cosmos. Carter, tell them to give me a day. No, even just half a system day. The experiment can't be interrupted here. Batavia grabs a hold of your arm, but you are helpless, as you are merely her hired research assistant. Your compatriots bellow in fury, rushing towards the invaders' lab site in an attempt to stop this hostile takeover. Honestly, I don't know what's going on, but I usually just silently wait for the scepters' migration to end. As knowledge becomes a commodity in the Intelligentsia Guild, research that lacks value will become nothing more than wandering beggars. You have no money and have even less dignity. I hardcore relate to that. You feel a light shaking beneath your feet. Your vision starts to waver and you feel a painful dizziness. The instant the warp jump commences, the images on the screen dance like trembling strings. The meticulously designed lab environment starts to collapse with the spatial change. Years of Batavia's efforts are lost in the quivering delirium of data images. An inexplicable fire is set alight in your chest. You must wait for a chance to let this so-called prophet witness the rage of a Mundanite. Okay. Did I win? Anything? I just noticed the charge things. I forgot. Are they gonna like go down? Whatever. Oh, I was so happy today. Not to like, oh my god. On my 8-hour-long HSR 2.6 questline playthrough video, someone liked it. Whoever you are, thank you. I'm not like doing this for fame. I'm doing this because I already waste a fuck ton of my time playing this game. And I was like, you know, I just want to record it. And also, I'm so lazy at writing my diary. Like, I did start writing a diary when my grandma died. Yeah. And I wrote on it like every single day because I was like, I'm totally gonna forget like everything. And, you know, I stopped because I would forget to write in my diary. And then when I started to write in my diary, I would have so much to write and my hand would start hurting. And then I was like, I should just record it. And I did record some diary recordings, but then they're just on my phone. I don't even know if I can put them in a photo album or anything. Like, so, I don't know, I just kind of want to... Cannot believe... I don't want to jinx it, but I cannot believe it's free to just upload whatever you want on this website. But I do like looking at analytics. I am a numbers person. Not really, but I'm a nosy person. I like to gather information. And it's so interesting to me watching, like... I mean... I myself am half of my own views, not because like I'm trying to inflate the view count, but because like, one, I'm creating timestamps. I really like them. And then two, sometimes I just click on my video to make sure like I'm traumatized by my Zhongli video when... Ooh, okay, metallic gearing. When I uploaded the video and there's literally no audio on it at all. So, the University of Veritas Secundum used "Is shapeless the next evolutionary state of humanity?" as a debate topic, but we know that be they Heliobi or Sulank, a genius was never born from their ranks. Ouch, that's mean, that's racist. Written in water. When entering a domain, all allies recover all HP energy, blah 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 blah. Okay. Punklordian regards. When entering battle, the ally positioned first in the team lineup has their speed increased by 40%, and the ally positioned last has their speed decreased by 40%. I feel like... Oops. I feel like they should be switched, no? Yeah, so I was so surprised today when I came back because, you know, I wouldn't say I've been stressed. That is, like, disrespectful to people who are actually, like, experiencing stress. But I did feel a pressure to... Ooh. No, I don't want this. I changed my mind. Forfeit. I don't even know what that scepter asked for. But, you know, I mean, it would have been such a waste to drive so far away. Like I've said a million times. And then... still... but it ended up being good. The lady who walked me out said that I did a good job. I did a good job. I've never heard that from literally anybody in my life. And I have like this huge issue where I look at the people I'm working with as my mom and dad. Like, I don't know. I just feel very taken care of by the world in a weird way because I'm also very neglected by people my own age, but I think that's because I look like a bitch. I don't know. I don't know if I look like that or not, because no one tells me shit. They're just like, don't interact with me, which I don't really hold it against them because I don't interact with them either, so they're just scared, is what I tell myself. But, you know, old ladies, and I've never had the opportunity really to work with old guys as like my manager, but I would assume that I would really like to have a male manager because I think our vibes would be off the charts. I don't know why I say it. I don't know why I believe that. I just feel like male managers are so chill, especially the older ones that act like dads, because like I would obviously remind them of their own kids, and my mom, I don't want to say what she is, but she interacts with a lot of younger people. And she said that having children made her less mean, which is true. When I was a kid, she was so fucking mean. But that's what I love about her, because she stopped being mean. But she was actually like really freaking scary when I was younger. I was scared of my mom. And I'm sure students were, oh, now I told you what she is. But like, I would read reviews online, and I remember seeing stuff about how my mom was mean. Only one person. Another one said my mom was cute. I was so proud of my mom. I was like, yes, my mom is so cute. Like, she's so cute. My mom is really beautiful.
余音不绝，敬请期待。
Anyways, so that kind of like the fact that the lady said to me that I did a good job really kind of cemented my confidence. And what the frick is this stuff? Because at that point I was like, I know I get way too casual in these interviews in a way that is like not going to be well received by every manager, but I also feel like if they don't like me, then they're gonna hate me later. Another thing I would say, and I'm not trying to give interview advice, it's more so like something that worked for me. I feel like that was different. I tried that thing where I put my hands on the table in front of me to like show I'm open and trustworthy and confident, because when you put your hands under the table or hide them, like you look suspicious, you look nervous, you look weak. I don't know, just a psychological trick that I think worked for me. I'll be doing this from now on. It didn't feel unnatural. Like, I definitely had to like remember to put my hands there, but they put their hands on the table, so I was like, okay, I'll put my hands on the table and mirror your body language. That's like what psychology tells us to do. So if you're not having good luck in your employment journey, maybe you can try that. I think it'd be so funny. Like, I'm still a huge freaking loser that should have had a job and should have had a good job. So I want to cultivate an audience of like-minded loser weirdos who kind of are failures. And just because I get a job does not mean I'm not that anymore. I'm definitely still that. I'll be carrying this shame with me wherever I go. So don't worry. I'm still the same. Oh, frick, I shouldn't have done that. Anyways, about an hour and a half later, while I was driving back home, I got a call and I'm getting a second interview. I have to drive all the way back, so that did increase my stay here for a bit. So I'll be staying at my dad's for a bit and stealing his car, but I'll be going back. I'm not sure if I would have gotten the job or not after this, because I'll be honest, I'm not a very chatty person. I can go for days without speaking, but when people ask me questions about myself, I definitely have no problem answering. Like, I can be chatty, I can be a little silly and funny, which, what is that? There's an arrow. Upgradable. Oh, I see what that means now. I understand. I kind of understand. I'm curious to see what... Okay. Kill that butterfly. When choosing your components, one extra component can be chosen, but the number of available components will be reduced by 1. And it destroyed after 2 times. Okay. A string of failed experiments causes the research topic to lose its last investor. You see the downcast back of a figure. Scholar Batavia is signing an agreement with the Scepter's administrative committee to relinquish the authority to use the 1/10,000th. I cannot believe how bad my comprehension is. A string of failed experiments causes the research topic to lose its last investor, sure. You see the downcast back of Scholar Batavia signing an agreement with the Scepter's administrative committee to relinquish the authority to use the 1/10,000th. Okay, I understand. The mergers, ever increasing in scale, cause the situation to return to the state of the written script. Knowledge is akin to money, endlessly flowing to the leading school at the top of the flood chain. It is at this moment that your group, with nothing as your background, realizes that the initial directive of the major schools distributing the surplus allocation downwards was but a fleeting illusion. The fragile peace that the Futurological Congress founded collapsed thunderously. What lies on the other side of the high wall of partnership is a bloodletting scholars' strife. The victory will seize control of all the scepters, create the perfect scholar, and the losers will become a laughingstock. As research assistants, you and Herta are unceremoniously ejected from the control center, drifting on the outskirts of the scepters. Accompanied by the tremors of the spatial field, the black megastructures dragged by engines continue to warp here. She wraps your forehead, shaking you out of your roleplay. Assistant Herta, what are you doing? Stop pretending. Your acting wouldn't even fool Peppy. I wanted to find a place to hide and do some reading on the Scepter's structure, but Batavia was shooed out before she could even act. Bah, her luck is just as bad as mine. Geniuses believe in luck too? Of course they do. More precisely, we believe in probability. Humans will interpret encountering outliers in high probability events as luck. Of course, my luck has never been great. Herta sighs and apparent sarcasm as if talking to someone unseen. I think I mentioned it before, right? The circle of knowledge. Each time I try to exit it and create a bigger circle, there would be an accident. The database would break down due to memory element failure at a crucial moment. The spaceship that key personnel in the research team were on during their vacation would get wrecked. A collapse caused by an accidental tuff during a particle conversion experiment. Disasters would always happen at the right time to absolutely shatter my efforts. No wonder. The blue is fraught with disasters. You think I wanted to? I'd trade all my messianic renown for an experiment where everything goes smoothly. Herta stamps her foot in discontentment. I feel like the charge thing has not even come into place at all. I've never done this before. Can I see the ones I'm using? I think the red ones are probably the ones I'm using, but I don't really want to do anything, and I don't think anyone else does anything either. Yeah, but I'm not a huge Nahida fan, but I was kind of bummed that I couldn't play Nahida's birthday quest on her birthday. I thought that would have been super cool, but I was busy with real life problems. Oh yeah, so that's why I kind of want to like speed run through all of these Hoyo quests, Hoyo events, and then edit and upload these videos, which it's not too bad because my editing is almost non-existent, but I still edit. I still put these clips together in a movie maker. And that way, like, I guess on Wednesday is when I should really hardcore prepare for the second interview, which is also like pretty long, and I'm like, why? Why is there a second interview? Like, what are we even gonna talk about? I don't have anything to talk about anymore. And you guys apparently really like me, and I don't wanna disappoint. I don't wanna disappoint you. So why are we doing it again? But yeah. I am... I don't know. The prospect of actually having a job does bum me out a bit, because when I was driving here, from my mom's place, so this was what, Monday or something? Saturday? Jeez. Today is Monday. Saturday, Friday, I was like, wow, I'm unemployed. I could literally go anywhere I want. I could even go to freaking across the country. I could go to Canada. I could even go to Mexico. Like, what am I doing, like, not leaving my house? One, because my car will probably get ruined. Two, gas costs a fuck ton. I just realized, like, taking the bus, a bus ticket, maybe for like 4 hours, could be like $10 to $40. A train ticket is like $50 for like a 3-hour ride, which a 3-hour ride if it was a car, but probably like a 7-hour ride if it was a train. That just boggles my mind. But then I realized, wait, it's actually cheaper than driving a car if you're the only one in the car. So, I don't know. This economy is bullcrap. I think I ran out of things to talk about. Should I talk about the game? I guess I could talk about stuff I've seen on Reddit, on Twitter. There's quite a bit of dramas lately. Fine. It's like glowing at me, so I'll choose it. There's like huge K-pop drama, but it's honestly so not interesting. So not interesting. I'm not even interested in talking about it. I don't even care. What is interesting? Genshin? HSR? I do love Hoyo TikTok. It's actually pretty great. What? Forfeit. What's even the point of all that? And why is there still 2 charges? I'll go for wealth. How is everyone liking Rappa? Maybe I should just go on Twitter while I do this, because when I'm not recording, I usually just go on Twitter. Love Island Australia started. I never mentioned this, but Queen E is like my second favorite YouTuber. She does not do Genshin. If that was not obvious, she does reality show reviews. Very good ones at that. Do not knock on it before you I don't know, you have to really be immersed. Why would I do that? Literally, why would I do that? Hopefully I don't get crapped on. I feel like there's a high probability I could. Oh yeah, so I love watching Reddit, reading Reddit, and I came across this subreddit called YouTubers. It has 500,000 people, which is actually huge. And it's like, I wouldn't say it's a depressing place, but it's definitely a place for people to like feel bad about themselves. And I understand how stressful YouTube could be if you're planning on creating a job from it, or if you're actually putting in a lot of work into making videos. But I feel like if you actually put in work into making videos, like, your channel will do pretty well. I don't expect my channel to do well because I do the bare minimum bull crap. But actually I was watching some other Genshin playthrough YouTubers because everyone in YouTubers says that Let's Plays are dead because, and let's be honest, like, I think they were always dead. Besides, like, if you were someone crazy like PewDiePie or I don't know anyone else who does Let's Plays, unless you're like a Twitch streamer where people watch you for your personality, like, or you actually know stuff about the game, then Let's Plays are dead. It's just because a bunch of like unqualified people like myself want to play games and then make money off of it. Why would anyone want to watch you? And that's why people say Let's Plays are dead, but that's not Let's Play's fault. That's low effort content's fault. So I don't know, I just think it's interesting because I also use it to like get tips, because before I started I didn't know how to film my iPad footage. I was literally like screen recording from my iPad, which like completely, like, I could probably film like 5 minutes before my storage was full. And the reason I stopped doing that was because one time I recorded like an hour of stuff for my Genshin video, my Genshin account tour, and it said there was an error, but really it was because I didn't have any storage left, so it just deleted the freaking video. Scholar Mollitz's gaze sweeps over the lifeless Sync Index, his heart's despair akin to an ape that barged into a starship. Dozens of scepters are gathered in the same star quadrant, with frigid electrical cables interconnecting their extrapolation systems. However, the mechanical megastructure only responds with silence. He intended to carry out a multiplicative extrapolation effect and build a complete neural system. However, the inorganic cells constructed by the Emperor far surpass human intellect, and the scholars have no means of activating them. The deceased genius silently mocks the incompetent Mundanites. But there's nothing to do with you. You are merely a recently unemployed research assistant. I love the work here. You hear the scepters murmuring like the writhing of organic cells or the flow of electrons in inorganic circuits. To borrow an analogy from organic life, those are voices confined within the heart. They are coreless neurons devoid of the function of thought. They are non-synaptic neurons devoid of the function to communicate. But why do they still emit noise? You touch their skin, and the tiny vibrations travel through your fingers. You feel sadness. Cells without sentience, weapons of massacre, the Emperor's sword that can annihilate a whole galaxy in a nanosecond. Yet you find yourself genuinely empathizing with them, your heart quavering, and your tears streaming uncontrollably. With the aid of the IPC, the Guild has successfully deciphered a message within the scepters. There is a core responsible for asking questions, the centerpiece that issues commands. It was once connected to all entities, but the scepters have not provided any information regarding the core. Positions, functions, all turn up blank. The common opinion is that the so-called core is Rupert II, In the present, where the genius is dead, the remaining inorganic cells are nothing more than remnants of the Emperor's mind. Are we done? Why do I still have 2 charges left? I'm so confused. I think this is the end of the Divergent Universe showing up in my quest log. Yeah. Okay. Oh, there's no things to read. How many more do you think I'll have to do before this is done? And it's still freaking there. I hate this. Index. Okay. Lapis speakers' flakes. Solid state information flakes excreted from the bodies of lapis speakers. These highly intelligent echinodermata-like animals use these solids to record everything, from the broken words of an individual to the history of entire societies. Due to the unique neuronal structures of the lapis speakers, the information in the solids can be decrypted by other interstellar civilizations at a relatively low cost. Therefore, they joined the IPC system many years before the creation of the synesthesia beacon, becoming a key supporting function to cosmic communications. Dignity and passion. The International Peace Corporation has the final right of interpretation regarding mining work in star zones under their possession. Any illegal mining activities will be viewed as an act of blasphemy that interferes with the Amber Lord's wall construction. Great naval rams, installed atop the military cruisers, will swiftly and directly hammer toward the culprit, generously displaying the holy visage of Klepoth to them and rendering the illegal mining ships into scraps. Oswaldo has jokingly stated more than once that the means employed by the building materials logistics department are far more radical than those used by the marketing department, and that might well be the truth. Most raucous. Few creatures can survive in Talia's sandstorms. The Barzartorn lizards are one of them. They consume the highly radioactive ores on the planet as food and convert it as energy needed for survival. Their excessive energy and aggressiveness makes Barzartorn lizards demonstrate capacities far beyond that of ordinary vehicles. Some deceptive business people have even named the species Destructive Mega Lizard, hoping to sell it to newbie Annihilation Gang members for a high price on the black market. As the open-air mines gradually became depleted, more Barzartorn lizards learned to carry their young to the land of the Wastelanders to ensure the offspring's survival. That was how Talia's lizard breeding industry was born. Punklordian regards. Conflicts in cyberspace are always more complicated than imagined. Hackers skip and leap across each other's paths in digital space, and any perceived disadvantages by one side would result in them scurrying from the scene, thus drawing out all combat to infinite durations. In Punklord, where ether editing was created, the legendary hacker Stoneblade fought his nemesis for 14 summers, never truly achieving victory or suffering defeat. In the end, he concocted an ether encryption key with a unidirectional locking function, teleporting himself to his opponent's physical position, and ended this rivalry that spanned more than a decade face to face. Written in water. When the Antimatter Legion serving under Selenova made their grand arrival at the Bokole Nebula, all that remained to welcome them was a blank canvas of residual matter. The memo keepers had stored the entirety of this world's memories inside the Bokole and strutted casually through the encirclement the Lord Ravager had set up around them. By abandoning their cumbersome physical forms, the citizens of Bokole had successfully achieved mimetic rebirth. However, in Selenova's eyes, all they had achieved was to choose their own method of self-destruction before the Legion arrived and did it for them. Metallic gear ring. Due to the influence of the history fictionologists, the end of Rupert II has always remained enigmatic. Some references wrote that the second emperor's organic body ultimately hindered him from completing the empire's great work, as he died from illness on the cast iron throne. Some poets warbled that a lady in a pastel silk dress sauntered into the capital and the empire collapsed in a cacophony. Other voices lamented that the metallic ring pricked his finger, and so the riotous machine killed the organic before him. Some plays also dramatized that he suddenly expressed his profound feelings and shed human tears as if he suddenly became free, then slowly closed his eyes before his subjects, never to open them again. Kill that butterfly. The process of annihilating a chaotic system is like making a specimen. Pin the information on every particle on the board and still the wings, then bind the butterfly's path and make reality dance in the way you want it to. Any tiny change would instantly disintegrate the fragile balance. No matter how much the scholars continued to perfect the model, they could only consider the foolish act of unifying the pattern of movement as the hubris of mortals. Therefore, I still clearly remember the first day I killed the butterfly. Even though it was so long ago, I remember how the point of the knife stabbed into its chest. What? I don't even understand. Am I dumb? Does everyone else understand except for me? No. That can't be possible. Okay. Let's do this again. Again. It has to be done soon. Center of Knowledge, Ice Cold Technology, Ultimate. What is that? I'm kind of scared. Is this a good team? This is the only team I have. Evolution Alter, Mechanical. Equipped with an inorganic, anti-organic equation and an organic body, is the existence of Rupert II not the answer to the question? After concluding the report at the forum, historical records on Scholar disappeared thereafter. I'm gonna look up, like, when this is over. I'm sure the wiki has some, like, information on this. Unknowable Domain, HSR. Oh my gosh. The second result is Unknowable Domain is a disappointment. Oh my gosh. Why? It's extremely boring and uninteractive. That's the best part, bitch. I feel like I need to vent my criticism with it. Okay. General. Characters are irrelevant. That's the best part. Is that true? Should I stop caring about which characters I use? Nah. You're crazy. Oh my gosh. The scepter deal 99% of your damage. So your characters are irrelevant. I approve. All that matter is that they stay alive and charge your scepter. It's incredibly brain dead. Yeah. I don't understand. Do these people not understand that the target audience of HSR is using auto? Why would you want your characters to struggle on auto? Why? Upgrade are unrewarding. What? Linear gameplay. Lack of gameplay diversity. Lack of lore. What? There's one lore. No? One positive that I do gotta give it is the minor? No, not minor. Minor dopamine rush when you get a cascade of component merges, but otherwise, yeah, my characters being a battery is kind of depressing. What? These guys are crazy. I so disagree. I don't know why I broke that. I didn't have to. So fake. I don't know what Hoyo did to get like a fan base of the most picky people on the planet. Like they can never be happy. I don't know, I don't see this in other games. Like other games, the only other game I see this in is The Sims, and that is also extremely deserved. The Sims is made by EA, and that was the game I mostly played before I started Genshin. Actually, one of the most mismanaged evil games I've ever played, because I mean, there's so many rants on YouTube, but my whole gripe with it was that the expansion DLC packs, they came out too slowly, and they didn't have enough content compared to past versions of the game. For example, The Sims is now on its 4th version of the game, and they should be getting a new one like anytime, which I think leaks said they aren't getting a new version of The Sims, but we're on The Sims 4, and every version of The Sims you can expect to see like an expansion pack on seasons, or an expansion pack on like generations or family stuff, an expansion pack for pets. But the ones in The Sims 4 are awful, because compared to the past versions, they're just worse. They have less content, there's less Easter eggs. All you do is like watch your Sims do things. So like it is like HSR in a way, but like you don't even move the characters, they just walk. It's like, I don't know, when I played Genshin for the first time, my eyes were open and I dropped the Sims completely. The only thing the Sims has over Hoyo games is the fact that you can create your own Sims and make them fashionable and stuff, but that's like the one game where the complaints are completely valid. EA is such an evil company. But I think I always contribute it to the fact that it's a public, not public, but you know what I mean. It's like not a privately owned corporation. The University of Veritas Secundum. Oh, I think I've already got this before. Yeah. And Hoyo is very famously still a private company. And that's what I value personally. Okay. Wait, I should not have clicked that. The disadvantages that inorganic beings displayed during the Emperor's War only prove the superiority of intellitrons in the intelligence race. Yet the victory of organic life in both wars demonstrated how advanced organic life is in terms of survival wisdom. Hell yeah. You lie in the incubator, your heart suddenly convulsing. Your rejection reaction from the experiment is gradually intensifying. Even among Scholar Crouch's experimental subjects, you belong to the most heavily modified batch. Inject the stabilizing agent. Does the hybrid form exist that possesses advantages of both the inorganic and organic? To be able to overcome both their inadequacies, thus becoming the growth culture most suited for cultivating intelligence? Crouch Omno inherited the School of Evolutionary Perfection from Scholar Torkirk, and he asks the Scepters thus. If the universe is a library, even if it laid bare in front of you, you still wouldn't be able to consume all its books within a lifespan of a mere century. Humanity has stood within the circle of the known from our birth. No matter how we try to walk outward, we will always be confined by a bigger circle, never to leave. But what restricts us from leaving isn't just intellect alone. There is also our primitive organic brain structure and our fleeting lifespan. Crouch's eyes stare into yours, his breathing like a mechanical engine's. Which is why the perfect scholar requires longer life, infinite life. You. Tell me how we can attain an unfettered life. A body of mechanical immortality? A metal shell that cannot decay. From Crouch's fierce expression, it's obvious he's unsatisfied with your answer. His lips are moving, but there's no sound. Suddenly, you realize he's rapidly firing questions at you, but all you hear is the buzzing white noise in your ears. Variable input. Rupert Empire mechanical cogwheel, instant Vita serum, primate compatible promoter. Proof. Variable entering homotypic integration phase. Gene and circuit dual characteristics detected. Injecting stable equation. Your vision begins to blur. Determining intracognition. I am inorganic. A cloud of bad thoughts grows unbridled in your mind, taking root in the depths of your consciousness. The incubator's reinforced glass appears no more than a fragile nutshell, shattering to pieces under your fist. You get up and make a mad dash for the scepters. I wish I chose the de-aging one. I hate myself. An IPC point of sale. Okay. Whatever. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. What? Oh, I died. Do I care? No, I don't freaking care.
敬请期待。
余音不绝。
I wish this didn't make all of my characters lose their HP. That freaking blows. Can I... like hair? No, I don't know what any of these mean. Delicious Marimo candy. I want to stay up late tonight. So back to the comment, but otherwise, yeah, my characters being a battery is kind of depressing. Who are these people? These are cool, but shitty mobile game have been beating the whole merge gameplay to death for the past 10+ years already, so that I can't even give them much credit. Whatever, I'm just gonna keep this. Whatever. This team forever. I know I can win. I know I can do this. I know I won't die.
都有被风吹落的那一天。
Pretty solid critiques. I don't really mind the mode, but you're right that it's too linear, brain dead, and oddly thin compared to the last couple SU modes. The scepters are fun in my opinion, but it's just too shallow. I mean, I didn't play the other Simu event, so I don't know, really. I do know I don't like losing, and I lost a lot in the other events, so. Okay, I'm gonna actually read this freaking Game 8 page on the Simulated Universe because, like, why is it taking so long? Literally, why is it taking so long? Oh, look, and I got all my HP back. I guess, like, to finish this, I'll have to get to level 20 now. Which will take freaking forever. No. I think it goes up to difficulty 5. Is it really getting more difficult? I cannot tell. Order recomputation objectives and rewards. No, that's not it. Oh, after completing all the missions, you get a special decoration. That's pretty awesome. Okay. Whatever. I'm just like wondering, did other people actually complete the whole thing? Because why is everyone acting like they played the whole thing? Okay, let's go back to Twitter. Let me see what I liked today, because I actually tweeted kind of a lot today. Because Hype got exposed. I don't know why they were forced to release the documents. I hope it's not because that one K-pop girl like accused them of bullying, workplace bullying, which, okay, I don't know. Lives of normal people are disregarded in this society, unfortunately. It feels a little bad because I know that there have been a lot more serious cases of abuse within K-pop companies and idols, especially, I will say, the less famous and the less exposed idols. And this complaint was so marginal compared to the abuse and emotional like torment other idols have gone through. It's kind of silly that the government would invite the girl from New Jeans to speak up when another manager allegedly told one of the K-pop girls to ignore her. I mean, I don't think it's that serious. Like, there have been cases in K-pop where, I mean, even they have like, lived in like moldy rooms. Or I know the K-pop group I Follow 17 yelled at, disciplined, like made to stand, and yelled at. Or other K-pop idols who maybe were like emotionally manipulated into not eating and starving themselves. So like this thing's a really like minuscule compared to the actual abuse that has been done. Not to get too controversial, I don't really think that's controversial. It just kind of rubs me the wrong way that this is the reason the government finally gets involved. Like, really? You don't care about any other less popular K-pop idols that have gone through much worse? But whatever, that's your choice. Yeah, all I liked today was like politics. There was something I liked on TikTok yesterday that made me kind of think about myself in a meta perspective, but also very narcissistic perspective. But it was this one guy, it's about voiceover over like a really like an Alex G TikTok song, I think, and it sounded so indie movie, and I was like, that could definitely be me, no? I used to struggle with thinking my voice was very annoying, and I think it still could be, especially when I don't speak so monotonely and I'm more emotional or excited. I think when I speak with a deeper tone and I don't use like, and I don't use the upward, like, lilting voice where I speak kind of like a valley girl, I sound kind of annoying. So it's also much easier to speak in a lower register. It just doesn't come as naturally to me because I feel like it's harder to hear. And also it's good practice for job interviews. I'm like super into job interview mode now. Everything I do is like to be like perfect, professional, job, good for job, higher, low risk. I'm really tired, man. I haven't exercised. I've been eating like, literally my diet is only ice cream. I'm not even joking. I literally just eat ice cream. But anyways, let me play it. I think the thing is, I'm not sure about getting flagged for copyright because I would actually cry if my YouTube channel got deleted. No, I wouldn't. Would I cry? I don't know. If I still had access to my videos, I don't think I would cry, but like, I think the way they mark stuff is really scary because it's like, what do you mean you can only have 3 copyright strikes? Does that mean like 3 copyright strikes in your whole life? Or like 3 copy strikes per year? Like, I don't know, explain it better. I'm so tired. My resin is full, my battery charge is full, and I'm still here trying to complete the simulated universe. And I still don't have an answer on... The wiki has all of the secrets down there. Actually, I never understood if there's like different answers based on what you say, and it looks like there is. No, I don't think there is. Evolution is the antithesis of intellect. Only by devolving into the most fundamental state can one attain truth. Okay, Dr. Primitive. That does not even make sense to me. Oh. I thought I already had Quantum Big Lotto. Green Fingers. That one seems cool. I'll do this because I would never choose that out of free will. It will not change a race, but it can change thought. Determining intracognition. I am inorganic. Who are you? Answer. Menik, elite soldier of the Rubert Empire, the Emperor's Blade. Hanuzika on planet Scrulum is your superior reporting unit. You hear even more sounds, the echoes within the scepters, the roars of countless Meniks simultaneously emit from the innumerable scepters that have crossed thousands of light years. You remember your glory in Annihilation War in the 11010 astronomical systems. You borrowed the scepters' power to prevent organic life forms from interfering with the Emperor. To disrupt the anti-life equation's extrapolations, your vessel was destroyed. But it's not just that. You feel particularly sad. This already ascertained future has given you a sense of duty inherent to machines, to slay those wretched organic beings devoid of free will. You will eliminate them and break the predetermined outcome of the universe. Conclusion: slaughter equals salvation. A female entity stands before you. Based on your security analysis, it is not appropriate for her to reveal your inorganic status to her. Order: play the role of her companion and leave her observational range. Has your cognition been affected? Like a drunken birdie? She smirks, her face a blur. Determining danger level, dire. Death probability calculated as 99.99%. Next, you flee toward the darkness, and then lunge into the embrace of blood. Warning, warning. Other parties' function far surpasses standard organic entities attempting to revise countermeasures. Loading organic lifeform behavioral database. Order, stay far away from this unknown entity and establish contact with more medics. Run to the energy storage area. Death probability calculated as 66%. Warning, intercepted by an organic entity. Loading anti-organic equation. Initiating annihilation mode. Weapon systems query failure. Requesting to activate annihilation mode once more. Weapon systems query failure. A thread of memory that isn't yours appears in your mind. The memory of you being anorganic. You attempt to scan the interloper's face, but there is only a miasma of digital gibberish. But you are certain that she is smiling and is getting closer. A beautiful ripple, conflict and suspicion blooming among flowers. I trust you will like this comedy ensemble of myriad protagonists. A blade slides effortlessly into your chest. You remember her name, Poka Kakamond, the Emperor's killer. All these names seem so familiar, man. But I just forget. And still, we have our 2 charges. Is it maybe like, if you die, like you don't actually end the simulated universe? Because that would be awesome. I'd actually appreciate that. I have actually died in simulated universe once upon a time. Okay. I'm gonna try and find the answer for the Waki. Oh, there's a lot. There's a lot. Honestly, probably don't even do. I mean, no, wait, sorry. I'm probably not even gonna film all the simulated universe then, because like you could just go on the wiki and read all the secrets. Then I'll be lonely doing this all alone in my room. No. It does make my computer hot. That's the only con. And because I feel like I have an obligation to say something interesting. I've already been filming for over an hour. This is unbelievable. Your hands are trembling and tears are streaming down your face. Being an unlucky dog all your life, you never expected to experience something as wonderful as this. You even wonder if everything is just a simulation. The revelation of finality. Should I? Okay. I will do this. By using attacks or techniques, you can catch trotters. Frick. I hate this one. They actually run away? Bro. Easy. No. Once again, I have no freaking clue about the charge cycles.
huh? 超出预想的成果。
Oh my gosh. All my HP was reduced. Whatever. I will not die. My characters are batteries. This is brain dead easy mode. Oh,
那是什么？
heck yeah.
有点感兴趣。
That is scary.
语音模式。
Good luck to me.
本质如一。我马上跟上。
进攻！
矢志一切，燃烧殆尽。好梦成真。
不用管我。
点燃星海。
来一口，朋友们，请享用吧。
合眼开场。
都有被风吹落的那一天。
即兴表演，为生而战。
I'm on Reddit. I might as well just read out loud what I'm seeing. I was reading a post that said AI is absolutely killing Google. It's a joke. It's not a serious analysis, but it's funny. And shutification is at a whole new level. I was doing background for color analysis and got blogs full of LLM monstrosities like from the subtle allure of periwinkle to the deep intensity of indigo, purple shades inspire a sense of wonderment, and blue-violet is a striking blend of blue and purple, creating a vibrant and eye-catching hue. At least try to hide you are using ChatGPT for your bottom-of-the-barrel content, huh? Old school SEO is annoying, scrolling through paragraphs of preamble bullshit to get to a recipe, but you still lived with it because the recipe might actually be good. There is still some value there, even if it felt like being trapped in an elevator with an annoyingly talkative person. But now loads of top search results are clearly written by a robot. And as soon as I realized that, I stopped reading. Really don't care what an LLM that has no experience of color or real opinions on anything has statistically generated. Kind of funny how the world's most powerful search engine is so regarded it can't even effectively detect and downrank this slop. It only tracks clicks and linger time, I believe. I guess it's happening because lots of people are dumb and can't pick up AI vibes quickly. But the result is that search is slowly eating itself. You mean to say you got infected with the anti-organic virus and was murdered by the Lord of Silence? Herda pries open your eyelids with skepticism, trying to determine if it is possible to get a fever and sputter delirious nonsense in the simulated universe. The anti-organic virus created by an accident is quickly spreading across the species barrier in the School of Evolutionary Perfection's comms network using magnetic waves as its carrier, as if heralding the horrific prophecy of Rupert III's arrival. Tens of thousands of scholars who think of themselves as inorganic mimics have occupied the scepters, instantly declaring war on the guild. The chaos is eventually quelled at the cost of destroying 122 scepters. Does this illness have after effects? To prevent the infected scholars from reigniting the Emperor's War, the Intelligentsia Guild rescinded their research authority and put them under stringent surveillance for the rest of their lives. The School of Evolutionary Perfection is now defunct in all but name. Are there still infected lurking in the guild? Is the School of Evolutionary Perfection's dissolution a part of the Scholars of Strife? Everyone tacitly understood the answers to these questions. Capitalizing on this incident, the IPC starts reducing their funds to the various major schools. The School of Interstellar Energy Resources, temporarily established as the result of another century-long war, appears to be the final victor, but to later generations, all these are of scant importance. To Rupert, the Lord of Silence is the existence that prevented him from leaving the Circle of Knowledge. But what exactly are her intentions? The future genius is perplexed by the appearance of her peer. She was infected by the anti-organic equation? To prevent Rupert's resurrection? No, it can't be that simple. Poca's objective is like a savory treat, being sucked and chewed in Herta's mouth. When Herta realizes it is impossible for her to get an answer in this way, the corner of her mouth curls into a smile. A new conundrum. How exciting, don't you think? To have lived from the first Emperor's War to the next one. How old is she exactly? Could it be that the legend of the device 9? Alright, you'll never be able to fathom what piques Herta's curiosity. You mutely pray and hope that the Lord of Silence has magnanimous virtues, and that you two won't be murdered for discussing her age behind her back. Okay, is this last? I think it goes up to 5, is what I would believe. Ooh, okay, yay. Unbelievable. An extrapolation blind spot that only appeared during the Scholars of Strife era. But these two factors have not shown any relationship with each other to this day. Malfunctioning equipment and phenomena occurring without rhyme or reason are fatal blows to scholars of any era. Could it be Iron Tomb? No, if that was it, the effect would have extended beyond the simulated universe. The entire space station would have been incapacitated from its power. Could Rupert II have concocted a contingency plan upon his sleeve? But he was already dead beyond measure. He couldn't possibly emerge from within the simulated universe. Unless our extrapolation is actually sufficiently realistic? Impossible. The worst case scenario is that the overlapping of these two domains was sheer coincidence. Coincidence. Too many coincidences. Do you hate coincidences? Phenomenon in essence. Sparks and shadows. If the rate of coincidences appearing approaches saturation, there must be an essential inevitability beneath such coincidence. The unknown signal that Batavia received was a coincidence, but that was how she became the greatest scholar during the Scholars of Strife. The Unknowable Domain. I already can't wait to find out what waits us. More? Please, no. Let's actually look at this. I got a new one. I think another suggestion I have is for them to like have the passage here. If they're not going to show us in the simulated universe which ones are new, then at least have it there. Okay. Shatterblown Blade. Rather than verbose doctrines, bounty hunters believe that practice is the best teacher. When guiding a newcomer, the seasoned hunter, Kair, threw him into the northern forests of Rimonde. The youth, using traps, killed a hidden winged terror bird, pulled out its bones, and reappeared many days later before the drill master after honing the bones into a sword. When Kair caught a second hidden winged terror bird and ordered him to kill it, the once fearsome beast had become a fledgling on the chopping board. Years later, whenever he spoke privately about the experiences in the forest, the youth would weep bitterly and curse the humanoid monster, Kair. Delicious Marimo candy. The Colchis established an extremely prosperous sunset dynasty in the rainforest approximately 1,000 amber eras ago. However, they disappeared within 10 amber eras after the beginning of the Ice Age. The fate of the Colchis became a myth that plagued historians for many years due to how bodies of this race have never been unearthed, until a group of hot-headed daredevils following Trailblaze collapsed the species' subterranean royal mausoleum with dynamite. These nameless, trapped in the underground passage, discovered an edible algae species that held on until help arrived thanks to consuming this algae. That was how these delectable algae were introduced to the stars. When people realized that these algae were nothing less than the Colchis, this moss ball became labeled as an invasive species on more than 50 planets. Quantum Big Lotto. After the astounding success of the Interastral Big Lotto, the Business Consolidation Department struck while the iron was hot and issued the classic Quantum Big Lotto, riding on the hype of the Big Lotto's extrapolations and predictions. To solve this eternal question is probability, and to obtain information about viewed fortune and pure randomness, the number of students enrolling in the Quantum History School had once exceeded the peak level before their reformation. Though there would often be scholars who claim they've successfully made a model of the Quantum Big Lotto's trend, they would unanimously change their tone the day before their thesis is published, that their so-called discovery is just a misunderstanding. I didn't understand any of that. There we go, 5. I'm pretty sure that's the last one, but let's activate. Wait, I'm curious. So it actually shows the ones you have locked. That is pretty convenient. Last one. No, let's do this. Someone's mausoleum. I will just do break, to be honest. I actually even forgot you can change that. Last one, guys. I think I can be finished with this before 2 hours. Can extrapolation alter ceiling? Designating itself as a fixed point and drawing the boundaries of extrapolation, the scepters view this as a completely closed system, achieving absolute interference over the movement of matter within a limited range. To a certain extent, this is fortuitously aligned with the goal of the Quantum History School. Okay. Okay, back to the Reddit. Someone commented, apparently there's a lot of worry that AI is actually killing big tech companies financially because it's so expensive to train these models and they aren't making nearly enough money to cover those costs, let alone profit. They're overextended in AI, but it would really kill their share prices if they announced they were backing away from their big AI plans. So the expectation in the short term is that they'll start laying off people and cutting back in other places. Cutting back in other places so they can keep dumping money into AI, but they really need a miracle breakthrough at this point or they're fucked. I don't know about that. I don't know much about the new iPhone, but apparently they put AI in it. I don't know how much of that is like Siri like AI or if it's actual. Oh no, no, stop it. Shut. Did you guys see that? Back to what I was. Because like having AI on your device like all the time, it could be useful, but like I don't understand how they actually implemented it, so maybe I shouldn't talk about it. OP replied, "That's why Nvidia is doing so well." Yeah, I'm an Nvidia hater. I actually hate Nvidia. Fuck Nvidia. They're selling. Okay, let me just finish this shit. Oh, I didn't even get my technique points for the last one. That's so sad. Alright. They're selling the high-performance chips to the chumps in big tech who are being forced to overinvest by market pressure. It's like a gold rush. The shovel sellers make bank, while the miners, most of big tech, get little for their efforts. I'm learning a lot. Apparently, a similar thing happened when when companies built streaming platforms. Huge costs for little actual return, but investors love it. Sony is printing money by continuing to make movies and licensing them to streamers. They do not want to become a streamer. If it didn't have real consequences, it would be funny how investors are impressed by the most regarded shit on the planet while actually valuable causes are chronically underfunded. Did I catch any of the hogs? I don't even think so. I'm freaking lazy. I'm lazy, I'm lazy, I'm lazy. I'm lazy. So I'm not gonna do any of that shit. Wait, I shouldn't have done that. What else have I seen today? I always go on gachagaming. Honkai Impact 3rd and Honkai Star Rail concept trailer. Nothing interesting in the past 24 hours. I will be playing Infinity Nikki, I think, if I have enough space on my iPad. Because I was a big Love Nikki fan, which was 2 games before Infinity Nikki. So Infinity Nikki is the one that's coming out. Before that, they did Shining Nikki, which was like their first foray into this sort of 3D model stuff. And then prior to that, they had Love Nikki, which is a very basic, okay, Ismail protest. The Cosmic Library, Ismail, the Book of Wisdom, gilded in gold. A storm is brewing there, the Intelligentsia Guild's anniversary celebration. Tens of thousands of scholars arrive at the same choice without any discourse with each other. Return knowledge to knowledge itself. Demonstrators raise their banners high, denouncing the corrupt politics and the foul credits. You, Batavia, and countless others are part of the protest rally. You are insignificant scholars belonging to no school. You ascend the human ladder formed by your comrades, spraying your slogan with beacon coloring paste on the library's outer wall. The IPC and Intelligentsia Guild are wolves colluding with each other. Yeah. The armed archaeologist's blockade has sealed off the library, Outfitted with mechanical armor, their waiting ranks look like the second coming of the Emperor's War. But this time, the weapons are firmly held in the hands of organic life. For truth and dignity, break through the blockade. The activation suppression device causes the appendages to suddenly go limp. Hundreds of bodies hit the floor. Straining your eyes, you look around you. More and more people are entering the paralysis zone. Some of them fall, but others are struggling to stand. From your lowered line of sight, the figures of those standing gather and form a forest that blots out the sun. They throw books at the blockade line, and the machines respond with aggression. Consciousness is being swept up in the storm. The non-lethal suppression weapons wielded by the Intelligentsia Guild has a total of 3,112 pages for its table of contents. You slam to the ground heavily alongside countless others, a heap of rocks. An even greater boom follows, a heat wave devouring all oxygen, burning in suffocation and roaching in succession. Ismail's grandiose splendor has been torn apart by the blast, the floor is threatening to split open with the ensuing tremors of the collapse. Your consciousness is slowly dissipating. Due to a faux pas by the armed archaeologists, their plasma weapons incur a chain reaction, indirectly causing the destruction of the library's warp passage. From the perspectives of the Intelligentsia Guild and the protesters, the explosion was a certain foreshadowing that the conflict was going to escalate in an irreversible direction. The butterfly of history flutters its scaled wings once more. I mean, what do you really expect when you go up against geniuses and rich people? At least I think that's what's happening.
超出意想的成果。
Back to reading. Oh, back to Love Nikki, yeah. So I played Love Nikki a lot. I really like it. I really freaking hate this circle jerk of people who like hype up female-oriented games. It feels like they're always being really passive-aggressive to Genshin, and it's not my projection. Although I am using like people from the husbando subreddits as like confirmation of that, but like it's very apparent like when Love and Deep Space tops the revenue charts that people are like, ha ha ha, a girl game beats Hoyo games. Like, please stop. It's so embarrassing. Like, we as women do not need this like sort of stupid competition of games. And first of all, if you know anything about games oriented towards women, I think they especially like Love and Deep Space. I would even say Tears of Themis, and I would also say Love Nikki. It is extremely whale baity. Like, I think I might be misquoting this, but I think at least in America, women are the drivers for the economy. They're the ones who purchase the bulk of things. Whether that's for their household or not, doesn't really matter, but at least in my personal experience, it's women who be shopping. And women spend their money, even on these games, just to collect pretty things. Pretty clothes, fake clothes. I know from my experience in Love Nikki, like, we would have hell events where you could spend like hundreds of dollars getting different pieces of an outfit, and you would want to get all 4 of the outfits being featured. Something like that, and a lot of like luxury packs or like you have to actually pay money. I didn't mind because like personally I love not being able to get anything in a gacha game. Like, I enjoyed that aspect of it. If it was easy to complete things, then it wouldn't feel satisfying to collect things. And I like the fact that everyone's account is so unique. And so I personally don't have a problem with predatory mechanics in these games, because as long as they're not forcing me to watch advertisements, you know, it's all yours. My attention is all yours, baby. So they get to do whatever they want. But it's really funny when people are like to talk about how predatory these games are, and then hype up Love Nikki hype up Love and Deep Space when I have not played Love and Deep Space, but just by looking at it, I know it's like Probably extremely predatory, more predatory than most gacha games. I think they even had protests over it in China, over how predatory it was. Plus, the husbando lovers in the West are not pulling their weight. Like, China carries that. China carries them being top one. Also adding to the fact that they only have mobile revenue. Their revenue isn't split between other sources. So, it's like when people say Honkai Star Rail is more successful than Genshin. It's not. Like, it's not making even close to the amount of money Genshin is making. And yes, I pulled that out of my ass, and I don't have any proof of that. But, frick you, if you disagree with me. Because that's just stupid.
Like, just look at the engagements.
And from my personal experience, I would hate to play fucking Genshin Impact on my cell phone. It sucks. It would suck. I would not play Genshin if I didn't have a tablet. Oh yeah, but going back to Love Nikki or Shiny Nikki or Infinity Nikki. Yeah, after they released Shining Nikki, I quit Love Nikki because I was like, I felt like all my progress, I felt like they were going to like discontinue support for the game. Even though it should realistically be really low maintenance for them because they just have to make new outfits. But yeah. I don't know if I still have my account because they have like a weird way of making accounts. I think I linked it to my Facebook actually. Anyways, the only interesting post I see here, and it's only interesting because it's about Hoyo on the gachagaming subreddit. Gacha, mainly Hoyo games and dialogue float. I definitely don't think it's Hoyo games at all. It's like all Chinese games are like this because it's like you can skip it if you want. I never read a single story in Love Nikki. I only knew Momo and Bobo. And literally the occasional hot guy that would pop up for the faction wars, and I would choose him. That's something I miss. I hope Infinity Nikki has faction wars. I think I'm gonna play it just because the vibe of Infinity Nikki is so good. It still has like one of my favorite background musics of all time. So I'll play it anyways. But that one has bloated dialogue. I did play a little bit of Alchemy Stars because back in the day, everyone on gachagaming subreddit had only positive things to say about Alchemy Stars. And I was curious because it seemed like there's some games that have like extremely biased people towards them. People think it's Genshin. It's absolutely not Genshin. Now I would say it is kind of Genshin because of the overreaction from, I don't want to say the annoying Wuwo players, but the self-victimization of Wuwo players is so annoying when they constantly talk about everyone hates us, everyone is so biased. Like, you're not doing yourself any favors by doing that. It's like when people on Reddit are like, wow, thanks a lot for all the downvotes, as expected. And then they get even more downvotes because just stop obsessing about the perception of people downvoting you. Like, just stop being annoying. But I would say the Wuwo players on this subreddit are very annoying and constantly victimizing themselves. And as soon as they stop, people will stop clowning on them. No one clowns on Wuthering Waves anymore. Like, they themselves bring it on themselves. I think even Hoyo Genshin players did that too. Back when, I think the first year and a half of Genshin was pretty rough. Like, after Sumeru, perception of it on the subreddit improved a lot, but the first like 2 years were pretty rough, especially the anniversary. Like, people take every opportunity to bash Genshin, even now, but there's more pushback for that now. Anyways, Alchemy Stars is one of those games that was like the subreddit's baby. Like, it could do no wrong. Obviously, things have changed. It could definitely do wrong now. No one really gives a crap about it because it's actually a really fucking boring game. I actually did try to read all the story. I did eventually quit because like there's no point in me playing it. I didn't care about anybody. I did think the character arts were pretty, some of them. Yeah. Limbus Company is also another one of those games where people like they glaze that game so hard. But you know, they can do whatever they want. I'm just saying, I've never seen people glaze as hard as they do for fucking Limbus Company. Anyways, let's go back to this subreddit. I mean Reddit post about dialogue bloat. I'm currently playing Genshin, HSR, Ensemble Stars. Used to play Ruel, but quit. Ensemble Stars is pretty much a visual novel and everything is skippable, so it doesn't really matter. I don't think that's fair to say. I don't think that's fair to say. Because then it can still have dialogue bloat. Just because you are able to skip it doesn't mean it's not dialogue bloat. However, for Genshin, HSR, it really feels like every single content patch is 90% of characters sunlocking you in unskippable dialogue, talking in circles with mindless word salad dribble. There's maybe 5% actually interesting stuff and 5% gameplay that's just running from point A to B, or combat so easy a lobotomy could beat it. Yeah, that's the point. Us low IQ folks want to be able to beat games too. Like, sorry, we're not all geniuses. We can all beat games. Yeah, I don't know. I hate when people say that. Well, no, I love when people say that because it's like, you're so mad. But this game is made for dumb people, not geniuses. Geniuses would be not spending their time playing these crap games. Geniuses will be taking walks and reading philosophy books, like. Also, I always think it's funny, I'm like, if there's no dialogue, okay, I will admit, I don't really find the dialogue that interesting, that's why I read it out loud, because, like, it's, like, kind of entertaining for me. Oh my gosh. I actually, like, have this gigantic zit on my forehead near my eyebrow, and I've been refraining from picking at it, which is, like, very difficult for me to do, but I just picked it and I was bleeding. And I don't get zits that often anymore, but like when I get zits, they're like the really painful, huge cyst ones where I can feel it coming in like 4 days before, and then I know it's like at the point where it should be calming down, except for the fact that I keep bleeding it. And that's also another reason why, I'm pretty sure, like, I distracted the people interviewing me with the giant, like, freaking bleeding zit on my face. It actually, like, hurts. Like, I can feel it being wet right now. I can feel it being wet and leaking all over my forehead. It's not doing that, but it's bleeding a little bit. Oh, yeah, but back to dialogue. I'm like, there's really not much you can do about it, and I was trying to like examine the reason why I personally found the dialogue uninteresting, but I really like the cutscenes. I like the animated parts, even if it's just them talking. I really like it, and I think it's truly just because like there's nothing cool about watching like you're basically watching dolls that aren't even moving. But in anime, for example, like there's actually like some sort of life in the character movements, and that's what makes it interesting. And that's why even like the more animated cutscenes with facial expressions are more like interesting for people to watch, even if they don't realize it. It's just because you're watching two dolls on screen barely move their mouths and move their hands sometimes. That's never going to be fun to watch, even if the dialogue is interesting. And that's really like the reason why I think everyone hates Genshin's story so much isn't because of the story, in my opinion, because this is true for me. It's because I'm literally watching two dolls. Like the only way I can get through it is by closing my eyes and just listening to the words, because I cannot stand using my eyes to watch like
朋友们，
2 plastic dolls like not even doing anything or whatever. Anyways, I'm gonna mute really quickly because I'm gonna charge my Apple Watch. I have an Apple Watch.
自信吗？
即兴表演，点燃星海。
Apple Watch is so useless. Please don't buy it. Okay. The one thing I will say about Apple Watch is that it did improve my life because ever since I got the iPad, I don't really use my phone that much anymore. I don't carry my phone around. And Apple Watch like made it so that I don't miss calls and text messages. Which now that I'm applying to jobs, like calls are pretty important for me.
周而复始，
Anyways, yeah, back to this Reddit post. 5% actually interesting. Yeah, it can't be interesting all the time. Like, I don't know what people expect. It cannot be interesting all the time. Saving the actually interesting parts is strategy.
请享用吧。
They said, this is probably the closest I've considered quitting HSR as someone who's played since release. The most recent patch was just so fucking mundane and unbelievably boring. I was legit bored. Ishmael is held by the scholars, and the discussion between them and the guild goes on without an unforeseeable end. The latter is doing all they can to reprimand the former, saying that they only obtain glory because of the guild. The former, contrarily, is doing all they can to show that the supposed glory of the guild is solely derived from the scholars themselves. The self-sufficient scholars embark on unprecedented academic discourse. The first all-purpose emergency printer is one of the fruits of their academic achievements. You stretch lazily, welcoming a new day's work. Join in the cross-discipline discussion. As the repository and transit hub of the universe's knowledge, the knowledge stored in Ishmael is the greatest pillar that scholars can rely on. Deploying stashed resources and your own research, you all toil away at your designated tasks, beginning a life within the library itself. You find Batavia among the crowd. When the protest began, the butterfly's wings captured her heart and mind, stirring a stark righteous urge within her, causing her to walk towards the front of the protesting line. That signal, you never thought about viewing its existence from a higher dimension. She discusses the signal that troubles her with a multidimensional research scholar, transferring the data into their model. And so, you all finally ascertain the signal's true nature, a rippling wave that permeated into the imaginary background. It's born from an unknown point and disappears beyond an unfathomable rage. As long as it is within the ripple's range, the mysterious error will be captured in the experimental data. But it is different from ordinary ripples. No matter which position it is in, the wave pattern data is completely identical, does not decay, and unaffected by space-time distortion, just like a solitary wave. That's right, a solitary wave undisrupted by anything. If we can find out its source and use it as a point of origin, we can build a model that describes the universe's movement trajectory. This model will answer the fourth cosmic conundrum at the Futurological Congress. Is the future of the universe predetermined, or is it chaotic? I think it's a mix of both. I think it should be chaotic just because the alternative is too depressing to think about.
检查完毕，没有遗漏。
Back to the post. Every patch is just 5 to 10 hours of people standing still talking with the camera panning between their faces, shot, reverse shot. Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Like, it takes a lot of time to do anything more than that, and it's really not worth the effort, especially because I think people would really skip anyways. Like, it's not, the story is there, and it's not going to be fully like animated anime style. It's going to be using the models. Otherwise, it could just be still pictures, which I'm sure people might hate even more. I mean, their pictures are sometimes cool, and that's why they use them, to showcase things that they don't have the time to, like, animate. And maybe not even time, money, resources, energy, manpower. Like, it's just not worth it from a project perspective to put your resources towards making the story, like, more immersive, when that would be, like, yes, you can do that, but for the marginal difference it makes, it's not worth it, especially because every single scene then would require that same amount of effort to be put in. And these quests, like the wrap-up quest, was 6 hours long. Imagine animating that. That's longer than most animes. So, that's just my opinion. You're gonna have a different opinion, but I'll downvote this post because I downvote everything I disagree with, and I don't really care. People can downvote everything that they disagree with that I say too. But that's not how Reddit works, right? You just downvote things you don't like. I don't usually dislike things, but on Reddit, it's just how it works. They said, I actually love story, dialogue-focused games with Dragon Age Origins, Mass Effect 1-3, Baldur's Gate 3, Fallout 3, blah blah blah. The difference between these games and Hoyo games is that the dialogue is the gameplay, as in you have actual player choice and agency. You can pick and choose dialogue options. In Genshin and HSR, you have essentially zero player agency and have to just sit there and get talked to. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a different type of game. That's why you like those dialogue-focused games. I haven't played any of those games, but I know the reason why Baldur's Gate 3 was, like, so hyped was because, like, the story changed based on the decisions you made. And in that sense, yes, of course it would be more interactive than watching two dolls, unanimated dolls, talk on screen. Obviously. Like, it's just two different types of games. They can't do that for... Or they could do that for Genshin and HSR. It's just not worth it to do that. Like, because that's not the game. If Baldur's Gate 3 had a story like just two animated dolls with a set storyline, it probably wouldn't be successful, because that's the draw of the game, is that your decisions actually matter. It's also a single player game. It's also not a live service game or any of those games that he just mentioned, live service at all. I'll say them again. Dragon Age Origins. Let me in. Hey. That scared me. Dragon Age Origins, Mass Effect, Baldur's Gate, Fallout, or any of those live service, because like you really cannot do that. It's like overcomplicates things to an infinite degree. Like, it's so fucking hard. Like, stop making people's lives harder. I say this as someone who's been an employee. Like, I hate you guys. I hate customers. Fuck customers. I say this as an employee. You guys need to let people be lazy and just shut up and deal with it. Make your own game. Like, it's actually traumatic being an employee. I hate being a worker so much. I think that's why, like, I don't want to be the kind of person who's like, shut up and never quit. Oh, what? I don't want to be the... Oops. Okay. I don't want to be be the kind of person that's like never criticized, but like nothing bothers me more. Or maybe there are lots of things that bother me more than this, but there's something that bothers me so much about like unemployed people who have never like worked a real job, with like people complaining all the time and needing to manage multiple things and not really being able to like do everything, because you have so many different objectives and you need to prioritize your time. And having people who complain all the time means that you always have to triple check your work, and that freaking sucks. And it really just bugs me when I see like unemployed people who just make content or play video games all day have these criticisms for people who actually work real jobs. Like, it just bothers me. For young people, it's understandable because you're young, you think you know everything. Yes, it's annoying to hear this when you're young, but it's true. Like, you think you're smarter than everyone else, and you know the answers to life, and you know when someone's being lazy, and you know when someone's job is easy, you know when someone is slacking off, you know that you would never do that at your job. Let me tell you something, you're going to be going to your job every day of your life, and you're not going to want to put 110% effort in either. You're going to want to put 20% effort, maybe even 10% effort every single day. So like, let these people slack off, you miserable freaks. Like, you're slacking off every day. I don't see you making video games. I don't see you doing anything productive. If you have produced something of value, maybe you have room to criticize. But if you have not produced anything of value, I think you should shut up. Unless your criticism is like the way I criticize, which is like being realistic. It's like when someone's like, there's not enough rewards. Okay, please explain their business objectives to me. Like, it's such an awful criticism, because like, unless you literally cannot get anything without paying money, unless they're shoving packs and deals in your face like 24/7, unless they're forcing you to pay to watch ads in the middle of like each battle, then maybe you can complain. But like, if it's like minimally invasive tactics, like, just deal with it. I don't understand. Like, maybe mobile games are just not for you. Like, there's an appealing of gotcha games. I don't know how it got off track like that. But back to his thing. These dialogues also often drag on for 10 to 15 minutes, plus if not longer. I feel like in Doors BG3, you rarely get stuck in dialogue for more than 5 minutes before getting to walk around and do shit. Is it just me, or has the word padding been worse than ever since Fontaine and Genshin and Kinokuni and HSR? I really feel like there wasn't this degree of dialogue vomit back in Mondstadt Belobog. Also, don't even get me started on the unvoiced world quests in Genshin. Those are the best ones, because you don't have to sit around watching people talk on stream. I don't know if that's just me, but like, I've always enjoyed the unvoiced world quests more than the voiced quests, because there are many reasons. I think one, because I play in Chinese and I can't understand shit, and when they say all this shit, like, I already know when I read stuff, I already can't comprehend things like as quickly as I read them. But when you add Chinese into the mix, I'm like, why? I'm always confused. Also, I like Genshin because it makes me feel melancholic. It makes me feel whimsical. I love Mondstadt vibes the best. I love Leeway vibes too, but like, I really appreciate this sort of solitary feeling I get when I play Genshin. Like, I'm all by myself, and there's fog, and I don't know where I am, and there's like mysterious fairy voices whispering in my ear. Like, that's what I really love. And when I play unvoiced world quests, I truly feel that way. It really ruins the vibe when I hear someone talking, because I can imagine everyone sounds like the Pocahontas tree. I think people just don't have as good imaginations as me. Anyways, this guy, so far, it looks like he has he doesn't have that many upvotes. It's showing a 0, but I think probably because there's not enough data collected. or they unlocked this post recently so that people could see it. But most recently comments. Top comments. Oh, this isn't top, I don't know.
都有被风吹落的
They
那
would only add skip option for their main story whenever they figure out how to implement replay. Each Honkai Impact 3rd and ZZZ having skip option is because the game does have replay story system. It's not just on coping, because Genshin does have skip option for hangout quests, and the main thing about this quest is you can replay to a certain point. Someone said, I doubt they will. I think not adding a skip for the main helps player retention. In a story-focused game, having the ability to skip the main quest to unlock stuff faster can just lead you to not having interest. Yep, I agree with that. Genshin quests are advertisements. If you're not becoming invested in the story, you're going to quit the game. You're going to have less emotional investment in the story. Yeah, some people can say, well, I quit the game because the quests were so boring and I hated listening to all the dialogue. It was too bloated. You're not the target audience for that. I doubt you're the kind of person who gets really invested in the characters and wants to buy them. That's who they want. They also want a devoted fandom. I think one of the strengths of Genshin, including all of the like
落的那一天，
annoying things like let's talk about how we had to run all the way from the beginning of a domain to the middle of the domain every single time, or stuff like the expeditions, how we didn't have a claim all button or send out all button for like years. Stuff like that brings a fandom together because it turns into a meme. Is that me just coping? A little bit, but not really, because I feel like having shared struggle does bring your player base together, and it causes them to look forward to interacting with each other and even fighting each other. Like, that is good because you get people invested on both sides. Look, just like I said, look. Herta looks thoughtfully at Batavia. Though the Intelligentsia Guild's compromise is imminent, you two are presently still disheveled scholars stranded in Ismail. In front of the library shaped like pages of a book, scholars are huddled together, singing loudly in unison. Looking from above, they resemble a colony of ants, poised to shake the riverbanks that have stood resolute for hundreds of amber eras. That's how inspiration is. All it takes is some ripples to appear. But it is also the reason that it fades away just as easily. You wear the expression of a seasoned veteran. When I wrote down the last line of the Herta sequence, I once saw another world for momentarily. It was so utterly simple, and even the feeling of meeting news pales in comparison to its intricacy. But the genius gazes down at the bustling scholars below, her eyes lingering at a place even farther away. A collapsed lab, a pile of debris symbolizing failure and shame erected in her memories. Another accident? The explosion was caused by the lab's particle. It changed rapidly between two states at high speeds, rapidly generating energy. Simply put, without any signs, this absolutely ordinary particle became a bomb in a circumstance where it couldn't have happened. When I woke from the debris, the scenario that I saw when inspiration struck me had vanished completely from my sight. You rarely detect such anger in Herta's eyes. I found a rope that could lead me beyond the circle of knowledge, and then it got cut off. But it can't shut me in. Geniuses won't allow themselves to be shackled in the circle. The scholars' song becomes more sonorous. It grazes past the faces of the wounded, drifting beyond Ismail's filtration layer, till it flies into a line many amber eras later. Listen closely. Let the self-righteous masters write their own hymns. Let them imprison themselves in the name of their schools. We are incompetent Mundanites, but a Mundanite's intellect is broader than a erudite's. The musician Syme writes a Mundinite melody during the resistance, providing inspiration for the scholars singing in chorus. When the resistance ends, the fruits of success will become fine wine. When intellect is no longer restricted, knowledge will lose its value. When that happens, truth will be buried in dust and smoke. When that happens, the Council of Mundinites will open its gates to any and all who seek knowledge. That's me. I'm a Mundinite. I'm confused. When you pass the third plane, you can choose to consume a certain number of extra cycles to enter the fourth plane. You cannot enter there if you do not have enough extra cycles. Enemies in the fourth plane are even stronger, so trailblazers who like a challenge can dive right in. Okay, losing the battle in the fourth plane will still count as clearing the stage. Okay, that is all I need to know. Proceed? Oh. Okay, I can't. I didn't really want to do that anyway, so. We are 52% complete here. 63%. Then we are 45% complete. Ooh, we're at 14. Again? Are you serious? That's, oh my gosh, that's so many. Old skin. Why is it that the majority of intelligent species in the universe are primates? Whenever the periodical technology department meetings come to an end, Slechka would fall into a deep inferiority complex. She used injections of drugs to alter her external physical form, aiming for that of a human. Her breathing holes were covered with skin, and her organs and bones were forcibly stretched, but this endless pain allowed her to gain the appearance of a human. However, this new look of hers was unfortunately met with disdain and contempt. With Slechka's encouragement, an endless queue of sentient beings came forth to change their appearance so they could look more human. However, this was not because transforming into a human held any particular benefit to her. It was purely because she wanted more people to share this pain with her. Yep, misery loves company. Talent doll. There are always those in the vast cosmos who ignored the Omen Vanguard's warning, such as the owner of the Etten toy factory. When Pathwalkers of Finality warned him that he should destroy an entire batch of newly manufactured toys, he only responded with thundering rage. After 24 system hours, the Talit race hiding within the toys launched their attack against the toy factory. This liquid state cluster entity, which comes from the border star zones, shared their consciousness communally and eagerly invited other living beings to join them. Etten soon became one of them. Dream Dive Can. A sweet dream food can from Pinacone, planet of festivities. It is full of highly compact, gaseous memoria. The user will fall into dreams within 5 minutes after opening the can. The Dream Dive Can was originally a toy in the Cosmos' middle-class family bedroom, but became the only way for people to sleep on some planets deep in the mires of war. In the gloomy and depressing mining caves, the survivors fall shiveringly asleep and head into dreams to find the freedom they could not find in reality, just like how it was like in the yesteryear in the land of the dreams. Plague Nest. The infamous Chapella Brotherhood used live biological weapons when they invaded the Linjano star system. The virus that caused genes to self-destruct makes infected cells consume each other within the host's body, creating appalling calamities. However, the endless multiplication made the horde of living beings within the Nest capital soon go out of control. Driven berserk, they turned on the Brotherhood and devoured the invaders' camp, making these thugs have no chance but to give up the Brethren embroiled in it, discarding what they could to stay alive. Some claim the Everflame Mansion was behind this event, with the evidence being the unending death feud between the two organizations that followed in days to come. Do as the locals do. The bodies of organic life are extremely fragile things. Extreme gravity, toxic air, deep ocean pressure, these things that are no more than daily realities for natives become trials of survival for any visitor. According to the Astral Express's databank, a number of former technician nameless worked together to create a clay doll that was capable of free transformation. They could simulate the physical form of native citizens and connect to the senses of their controller to allow the trailblazing journey to continue through even the harshest environments through long-distance operations. Due to their lack of realism, clay doll exploration was quickly abandoned by the nameless, but this technology became a huge boom in the field of interstellar tourism, allowing the IPC to make massive profits. Tangible luck. No hero story that resounds throughout the stars would be celebrated without the existence of a little luck, like the memory that comes back to them at just the right moment, the life-saving loot drop, or the machine that suffers with faulty programming. The hero always relies on them to dissipate dangers and leave their names in the history books. However, recent research has shown that a portion of this luck objectively exists. Invisible memo keepers follow the footsteps of heroes and record the epic stories of this world as they walk alongside adventurers. In return, the memo keepers secretly leave gifts of equivalent value and patiently wait for them to fulfill their purpose, becoming another part of the unchanging memories. Unknown lost property. 9 amber eras ago, an infamous thief was arrested in the Alda planetary system. Before he was arrested, he had vowed that he would steal the thing that most people of Alda hold most precious in their lives. What no one could comprehend was that although the thief never stated what exactly their target was, they repeatedly asserted during trial that they were already successful with that announced burglary. Unaware of what had been stolen from them, the people of Alda became extremely panicked about what it was that they had lost, and the whole planetary system fell into deep mourning. Though it seemed like they had not actually lost anything, they could not help but worry that what was most precious to them had been stolen. Metallic motor ring. Due to the influence of history fictionologists, at the end of Rupert II has always remained enigmatic. Some references wrote that the second emperor's organic body ultimately hindered him from completing the empire's great work. We've read this. Absolute failure prescription. Warfare is the plague of civilization. It erases lives, destroys history, and makes the world return to naught. The doctors of chaos mix the saliva of Inquisition spirits with hair from the Xenohydros, then offer a drop of their own blood. The potions made in this manner would interfere with the combat officers' decision-making, causing both sides to avoid all effective tactics, removing the possibility of armed conflict from its root. Will wars end because of this? The doctors of chaos believe that the plague will eventually be cured as long as people keep taking their medicine. How is there more? I think it's because I have to clear it up to here. I should do it. I should just do all of it. But I don't want to lose. Okay, whatever. It has already been more than 2 hours. Let's read more Reddit.
矢志一切，燃烧殆尽。
都有被风吹落的那一天。
合影开场。
朋友们，请享用吧。
为生而战。点燃星海。为生而战。
Here, you're comparing apples to oranges. DA, Mass Effect, and freaking Baldur's Gate are a whole different genre to Genshin. Yeah, I agree. I don't know. People have weirdly strange expectations whenever it comes to Hoyoverse. Like, they should be doing everything perfect just because they make a lot of money. It's a pretty high bar. I would hate it if I was them. I would rather be Wuwa devs. Just kidding. Chinese people hate them. Chinese people don't. But, like, how do you do the bare minimum and still have people... Okay, Kuro does not do the bare minimum, but in general, like, I hate how some people can do the bare minimum and people are like, oh, they did their best. They're a small company. They did their best. But, like, people who go full on out are then criticized for like the tiny little pieces that go wrong. It just doesn't make any sense. It's like actually feels like nitpicking. And at that point it's like, it's a video game. If you don't enjoy it, there's like hundreds of other video games you can go play. Genshin is a live service game, not an RPG with branching storyline. And before you ask, no, it's not possible for Genshin to have player choices. These things don't work when it's a live service game where you have to push out new content regularly. With no end in sight. If you're looking for this sort of content, why are you looking for it from Genshin and HSR? Someone said, I think you're missing the point. The problem with MiHoYo is not that the dialogues are not as good as Baldur's Gate. The problem is that there's a lot of bloat. You could cut half of the text in the current HSR patch, and it would make it better, more engaging story. I actually don't think so. I would like people to point out exactly what half they would like to get rid of. Maybe like, I would say 5%? But I don't think there's really that much that someone could really get rid of. I'd be curious. Because sometimes people like talk about Paimon and how she's like super chatty, but I actually think that's really not the case anymore. You know what is dialogue bloat? Golden Kamui, that anime. I watched it because like people hyped it a lot, and also like I kind of like, I'm a completionist, so I just wanted to watch all the anime of the season that it was released in, and it was just not my show. But I don't go around saying how shitty it is, because it's just not my show. Like, it had a lot of dialogue bloat and a lot of adjective descriptions, and I've never been the kind of person who's like, oh my gosh, anime food looks so good. Because it doesn't look good to me. It looks awful. I don't like Japanese food. I don't like anime food. I don't like cartoon food. The only food I like the best food that I ever liked was the freaking pink goop that was in Teletubbies. I would eat that. But I don't like his anime food. Like, Golden Kamui, like, a good, like, 5% of it was just, like, talking about making food. It's so annoying. The analysis of the Celestic Comet alloy's composition concluded in failure. The IPC has declined to provide more samples for the School of Pure Creation. Matter affected by preservation acquired unreproducible properties after the cooldown, and as such, had become a type of unique curio. I think I'm gonna lose this round. Oh my god. Should I do that one? On the border star, Closia, projected across the nebulae, Eagle Eye of the School of Relative Cognition orates fervently, their monologue simultaneously broadcast across 142 segmenta. Knowledge is a fabricated lie, and war is a game to seize the right to have your voice heard. The Intelligentsia Guild has established a despotic rule over the universe, that is, only they get to decide what is right. You are a disheveled scholar, a refugee, or a vagrant who's kind of both. You hobble into the reconstructed zone of the Emperor's War, seeking a few more morsels of substance to feed your siblings at home. Eagle-eyed zealots are raising books and handing out flyers in his image. They derisively refer to these papers as admission tickets for the scholars' strife. Take the flyer. The synesthesia beacon controls all that we hear. The Intelligentsia Guild members are all liars. They have lost trust in everyone. As long as it benefits them, they can say that red is blue and black is white. If that's the case, then everyone should have the right to define what knowledge is. If you ask me, either there are no perfect scholars in the cosmos, or everyone is a perfect scholar. Through the sound of Eagle Eye's deafening roars, a devouring bomb obliterates the Guildhold's outer wall. You all charge forward as one, ready to make them feel the suffering they deserve. Now, everyone can become a scholar of the School of Relative Cognition. Let's bring truth to this universe. Aeons don't exist. It is all a lie, you roar in a ferocious rage. As the supporting fire of the cannon ships darken the sky, the liquidation machines fall to the ground. Before the various schools can turn to expose each other's past misdeeds, the spark of relative cognition must be extinguished. You attempt to withdraw from Clostia, but the encircling legion have blocked all escape. 1 second before the base is conquered, you press the scepter control button as your silent battle cry. Far gong shu, faro chi shu, fao bei. Suddenly, you can no longer understand a single word being spoken around you. The scepter destroyed the synesthesia beacons to active in the entire quadrant. You have once again returned to a time without deceit. Inside the gibberish that spreads among the stars, the candelabros caught the scent of riddles, but they could not tell if even the records themselves had been tainted by enigmata. I do not know what happened there. Ugh. I've been on my belly for 2 hours, so I had to adjust. Back to Reddit. Someone quoted the OP saying that they used to play Wuwa a bit. Surprised you quit Wuwa when there's a skip button. Same. They're complaining about the story-focused game forcing them to listen to the story it wants to tell, and then says they quit the gameplay-focused game that allows you to skip the story. Like, I can't even tell if this is just a troll post or someone with severe burnout throwing a tantrum. Exactly, I agree with that. Maybe you are not the target market for these games, because I like those games because of their story. Also, personally, most Asian gamers don't really like Western type of choice equals impact, because it makes them anxious picking the which choice is right and don't want to lose important scene just because they picked wrong choice. Not to mention gacha games can't be restarted or having new games plus those AAA games. To be honest, if you don't like how story games have story, then just play other games or maybe stick to AAA games. Yeah, I always feel like that's why. Like, they did it with Kafka. Like, where your choices kind of matter for Kafka's, like, story quest. And I heard there were a bunch of complaints about people who felt bad that they didn't see the other scene. I personally don't mind because I just
choose like my version as the canon version anyways, so it doesn't really matter to me. And I think it's cool that it allows like people who farm these clips for YouTube to make a living off of it. I think that's really awesome.
朋友们，请享用吧。
This exactly. With both HSR and Genshin, the entire focus of the games are the story, characters, and world building. These are the same people that would skip the entire story and world quests if they could unlock the new weekly boss to level up the new character, finish leveling them, and then immediately start complaining how the patch is a dead patch with no content, when they literally skipped everything. Some games are focused on the gameplay, such as Elden Ring, minimal exposition, and immediately thrust you into the gameplay part. Other games have long story segments and want to tell you a story. If you are not into that, don't complain about starting a game that focuses on that. It's the same energy as, I tried this new racing game but got upset that there wasn't much else to do besides driving. Funnily enough, the ability to skip and read later is what made me drop Arknights. Every event and story mission was getting more and more bloated with text. At some point I felt like, man, I'll just skip this and come back later, so I skipped. Events started during unholy hours and I needed to spend my sanity in optimal stages. Typing event exclusive currency to event only missions only encouraged me to skip. So I skipped Event ended and I did not read it. Once I started skipping, it started a chain reaction. Now those main missions really do have a lot of yapping and I really only want to unlock those new stages. I'll rate that later. But I agree. Also, holy moly, my choices are so bad this time.
余音不绝，敬请期待。
Now those main missions, blah 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 blah. I was not disinterested in the main story, but Calptits really loves to yap, and I'll also start skipping main story because I thought I would come back later to read it, but I didn't. Anyway, I'm not against skipping, but having to skip is what made me stop caring. Exactly. It's like that whole concept where gamers can complain, but game devs have to like, I forget. I'm too tired. I don't want to think. But it's like gamers don't know what they want when they complain. They complain and complain and complain, and then they can't really imagine a specific vision that would actually improve the game. I don't think that making Genshin Story skippable would be a good thing because it's like an instinct. I don't think I would skip, but there are a lot of people who would skip and regret it because they have impulse control issues. So they would just press any skip button for immediate gratification, and that would cause them to not become immersed in an otherwise immersive story. I'm so tired. I really freaking need to do my dailies in the other games. I hate ZZZ. I don't even do the Hollow Zero anymore. I'm so confused. All of my Bangbus are like freaking level 30. It really sucks. I can't raise any Bangbu. I have like one Bangbu level 30 and one Bangbu level 60. Someone said, I mean, there's obviously studies and tests done to optimize player retention. The fact Genshin and HSR don't allow skipping probably has to do with that. HSR doesn't allow us to skip cutscenes we already viewed, so clearly they can implement a skip function but choose not to. And I assume it's the same reason as what you mentioned with Arknights. The skip could potentially cost them player retention. Having people skipping past everything just to unlock the new stages and then complaining there's no content and the story is confusing and I don't understand. And I assume forcing people to click through dialogue, you have a higher chance their eyes will read a sentence that ends up interesting to them, and they end up paying more attention to the story than they would if they skip. Exactly. So Opie said, the closest I've considered quitting HSR. Someone said, curious thing is, why haven't you? You can see this as a sort of filter. The world has 7 billion people, not everyone plays HSR. The anime aesthetic in gacha itself acts as a filter that pushes some people away. Similarly, the dialogue also filters some more people away, and those who dislike it have already quit, yet here we are. Perhaps you should question yourself, that since the game obviously isn't going to change, why are you still sticking to the game when there are so many better options for you out there? Exactly. I really want to know, like, for me, I never find a point in complaining unless I can identify an alternative that's better. So I don't really complain all the time. Like, if you don't provide your own solution that is beneficial to, first of all, the person developing the game and to making a living off of this game, then your criticism isn't a valid criticism. I haven't been to Genshin leaks in a while. There's just too many leaks that I don't give a crap about. I really need Mabuika to be released immediately because the last character I rolled for was either Arlecchino or Kiori, whoever came after the other. I think it was Arlecchino. No, it was definitely Kiori. But I just feel like I haven't rolled for a character in so long, and I just wanna get another character, man. Let's read through Genshin Impact Week. It's so active right now. No, I want to look at everything I've liked, I've uploaded recently. I uploaded a post on Red Scare Pod titled "Disgusting" of Elon Musk doing his like cringy ass jump. Apparently, I didn't know this, but someone said you just know he practiced that X pose in front of a mirror. And someone else said, "Oh, is that what he's doing?" Yeah, I did not realize he was doing an X, but it's definitely an X. But he looks so before I knew that he was doing an X, he did look way dumber. Now that I know he's doing an X, he looks less dumb, but he still looks dumb. Like, imagine your dad, like a grown old man, jumping up in the air with joy, with both hands in the air and legs spread. And he's like, yippee! Yeah. Hey, where am I? Why are there so many people arguing inside my head? As you put forth your inquiries, a wave of deep rage surfaces in your cognition, desiring destruction and the ruination of everything. You are now but a thread of consciousness belonging to a perfect scholar. The members of the Intelligentsia Guild clamor ceaselessly next to your ears, arguing about the future, chaos, evolution, and languages. You listen to them murmur on and find their words meaningless. This will be a model created by the collecting data from the greatest scholars of the Guild and combining the details together into one. The Intelligentsia Guild estimates that, in the best case scenario, the first perfect scholar of the Intelligentsia Guild will be born. Dang, I feel like I've read it now. The self. Some civilizations granted it the descriptor of soul. Selves from different individuals exhibit massive differences. This difference determines the movement patterns and thought processes of the individual. Therefore, one question must be considered. Who am I? I had to mute myself for a bit because I am adjusting. I'm so uncomfortable right now. I'm really uncomfortable. Can I do this one? There we go.
那是什么？有点感兴趣，敬请期待。
我应自行启动。
本质如一，
可也开场。
进攻！
矢志一切，燃烧殆尽。
朋友们，请享用吧！
即兴表演，为生而战。
都有被风吹落的那一天。
好梦成真，可也开场。点燃星海，
朋友们，请享用吧！没钱呢。
为生而战。
周而复始，
即兴表演，可也开场。
起跑！
矢志一切，燃烧殆尽。
都有被风吹落的那一天。
挺有自信的。
为生而战。
朋友们，请享用吧！
点燃星海，
I'm so tired of talking. I think, like, when we were battling that guy, I was closing my eyes and just resting. I think I should rest soon. You are the navigation intelligence for the galaxy roaming ship, Rippling Waves. You guide the ship through the languageless Claustia, deep into the territory of the old empire. Though the Emperor is dead, there may be remnants of the anti-organic equation that may secretly factor you into their calculations. The strategic intelligence, Madame Herda, proposed that it may be best to have the ship run on autopilot, so you are the resulting autopilot program. Why should Herda be the strategic intelligence? There is only one passenger aboard for the perilous journey, a scholar by the name of Batavia. Only lunatics from the guild dare to venture towards the Iron Throne alone. She provided you with a model. The coordinates of the target move rapidly through the astral chart as time passes around, making it hard to anchor. Perhaps this solitary wave is just a meaningless phenomenon. Batavia seemed nervous about the answer that awaited her. She seemed to be half talking to herself, half hoping she could machinery. The cold machinery before her could give her a response. Can I help you at all? No, just ignore me. I'm just scared. I feel that some force has been driving me forward. Although maybe I'm just overthinking it. After recalibrating the model several times, Batavia successfully manages to reverse navigate the source of the waves. The Circle of Knowledge. Perhaps you've heard of this concept before? Although hypothetically, I'm only talking hypothetically, what if we just think that we have stepped outside our circle of knowledge, but actually have not managed to escape at all? The words of the School of Relative Cognition seep into Batavia's thoughts, as seeds of self-doubt begin to sprout. How can anyone prove they are correct before results are seen? As your trajectory begins to sync with your destination's movement, the rippling wave's overall structure in the model grows clearer. On the other end of the system, Herda, who had become the strategic intelligence, has her face grow solemn. How could the Candelagraphos not record something as important as this? Are they blind? The ship began to shake under the turbulence of her emotions. The origin of these waves is a moment extrapolated by Nous. That's the standing wave generated from an aeon's thought.
都有被风吹落的那一天。
朋友们，请享用吧。
为生而战。可也开场。点燃星海。 成真，合眼开场，合眼开场。
Oh my gosh, I literally just fell asleep. Oops. I'm so tired. I don't know why it took so long for me to beat those guys. Whoop. But yeah, I don't know if that's normal or if I just suck and I'm not gonna beat this game mode. Let me pause while I adjust for a second.
矢志一切，燃烧殆尽。
朋友们，请享用吧。
本质如一，都有被风吹落的那一天。
即兴表演，
走训，
合眼开场，点燃星海。为生而战。点燃星海。受到攻击。
都有被风吹落的那一天。
朋友们，请享用吧。
为生而战。好梦成真。合眼开场。
周而复始，
点燃星海。
朋友们，请享用吧。
即兴表演，为生而战。
进攻！
矢志一切，燃烧殆尽。
都有被风吹落的那一天。
点燃星海。
That was like the first time I actually remembered to go back and get one of those. Societal Dreamscape. I believe I read this. No. I rebuke it. These are always so hard. Oh my gosh, come back here. No. That's so mean. Oh. Wait, how did I lose my chances? That's so weird how that happens. Did I die? And not notice? That could be possible. I'm too stupid to understand that. Or am I? I think red are the ones that are being used right now. 5 blues. 4 purples. No, not at all. I see. It's actually all purples. Better not die.
余音不绝，敬请期待。想想该怎么对付他。
火影自信，启动。
I'm gonna take a nap really quickly.
周而复始，
接受试炼，起爆。
矢志一切，燃烧殆尽。
接受试炼，接受试炼。
即兴表演，合演开场。
朋友们，请享用吧。
受到攻击，
纯 爱的勋章，
为生而战，
接受试炼。
好梦成真。
都有被风吹落的那一天。
接受试炼，接受试炼。
点燃星海，
本质如一。
即兴表演，合演开场，为生而战。
朋友们，请享用吧！
点燃星海，
忏悔吧，见证荣誉吧。
都有被风吹落的那一天。
接受试炼，接受试炼，进攻。
矢志一切，燃烧殆尽。好梦成真，
接受试炼，
合演开场，
朋友们，请享用吧！接受试炼，
点燃星海，
周而复始。
接受试炼，
即兴表演，
接受试炼，接受试炼。
为生而战。
都有被风吹落的那一天。
战前礼节，
好梦成真，
接受试炼，
点燃星海，合演开场，即兴表演，为生而战。
接受试炼。朋友们，请享用吧！接受试炼，
本质如一。都有被风吹落的那一天。
细胞，接受试炼，
矢志一切，燃烧殆尽。
见证荣誉吧！
为生而战，合演开场，合演开场，点燃星海，好梦成真，为生而战。
朋友们，请享用吧！接受试炼，没钱了。
点燃星海，
接受试炼，接受试炼，
本质如一。都有被风吹落的那一天。
前礼节，
受到攻击，为生而战，
接受试炼，
矢志一切，燃烧殆尽。
朋友们，请享用吧。
充小技，
即兴表演，合眼开场，为生而战，好梦成真，
接受试炼，接受试炼，接受试炼，
都有被风吹落的那一天。
点燃星海，
使出全力吧！决斗开始，
朋友们，请享用吧。
即兴表演，为生而战，
周而复始，
战前礼节，
合眼开场，
接受试炼，
小技巧，
我马上跟上，
都有被风吹落的那一天。
点燃星海，
接受，接受试炼，接受试炼，
朋友们，请享用吧。
接受试炼，
起爆！
矢志一切，燃烧殆尽。
接受试炼，撤回吧！
合眼开场，
都有被风吹落的那一天。
合眼开场，
决斗开始，
点燃星海，
接受试炼，雕虫小技，
本质如一，
使出全力，战前礼节，
受到攻击还没有，为生而战，
I can't believe this happened to me. What team is even good for this? Let me do some research. Gaming usually has like best teams. Usually. but it's too long. Can't read all of that. There's like a YouTube tutorial. What level is this? What am I? Why did I fail? Physical DPS. No, I think my team should be fine. Oh, what? That was stupid. Maybe I should manually play?
拿出真本事了。加入战场，生命处。
You know what? I think it's because his like weird accessories are freaking single. I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Tell me? Yeah. Yeah, because there needs to be more things that break it. Do I only have a certain amount of chances?
生命不止呼吸，本质如一。为生而战。
走近点，让我瞧瞧。
Yeah, this will take actually forever. Let's try it again. If I can't beat it, then I guess I'll just take the L.
都有被风吹落的那一天。点燃星海。合眼开场。
朋友们，请享用吧！接受实力。
为生而战。即兴表演。点燃星海。
接受实力，接受实力。
周而复始。
虚报，接受实力。
好梦成真。合眼开场。
I wasn't gonna get it. I saw what the countdown meant for. That was really sad. I don't think I'm gonna try this ever again. And just like how I abandoned all my other that was really sad. And they need to make this game mode more lobotomy friendly. I'm really disappointed in this Unknowable Domain expansion, and I hope they introduce features to make this more easy. Thank you for watching. I'm going to, I don't know, maybe I'll do more of this. Maybe this will be the end of the video. But I really freaking want to go to bed. But I love you.